harapan mudah-mudahan aktivitas kita pada hari ini mendapatkan kelaran dan keberkahan dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. A'udzu billahi Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin. Hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi li jalalika wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara. Allahumma ya Rabb, pada hari ini kami berkumpul bertatap muka dalam rangka webinar internasional yang diadakan oleh Magister Manajemen. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, lancarkanlah ya Rabb, mudahkanlah ya Rabb, berikanlah kegiatan ini mendapatkan ridho dan keberkahan dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, jadikanlah kegiatan ini kegiatan yang membawa kepada semangat kita profesional dan proporsional untuk menjadikan diri kita sebagai hamba-hamba Allah yang baik, sebagai hamba-hamba Allah yang sebagai rasa syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, ilmu-Mu begitu luas dan dalam ya Rabb. Oleh karena berikanlah kepada kami ya Rabb ilmu yang senantiasa bermanfaat, ilmu yang membawa kepada keberkahan di dalam kehidupan, baik di dunia maupun di akhirat. Allahumma ya Rabb, Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah. Ya Allah ya Rabb, tunjukkanlah kepada kami ya Rabb bahwa yang benar itu adalah benar ya Rabb. Dan berikanlah kekuatan kepada kami ya Rabb untuk senantiasa menjalankan kebenaran itu ya Rabb. Wa arinal warzuqna ijtinaba. Ya Allah ya Rabb, tunjukkanlah kepada kami ya Rabb bahwa yang batil itu adalah batil ya, bahwa yang salah itu adalah salah ya Rabb. Dan berikanlah kepada kami ya Rabb kekuatan untuk senantiasa menjauhkan kebatilan itu, menjauhkan kesalahan itu ya Rabb. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bukrodi. Step on the following agenda is listening to the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is now my deep pleasure to introduce the Rector of Pamulang University, Dr. E. Nujaman AM, MSc, to deliver his opening speech, and afterward, we would like to request the Rector to officially open the second International Conference and Science 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Rector of Pamulang University, Dr. E. Nujaman AM, MSc, time is yours.
Thank you, Bumi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk semuanya. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dr. Duratul Ain Tolibun from Malaysia, the Honorable Mr. Amusan Victor Aluwase from Nigeria, the Honorable Dr. Avinas Pawar from Pune, India, and the Honorable Mr. Afzal Syed Muna from United of Kingdom, and the Honorable Mr. Dr. Sarwani, Director of Postgraduate Pamulang University, and Mr. Sugiarto, Head of Secretary Department of Pamulang University. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much to the committee for kindly working together to arrange this international conference conducted by Postgraduate Program and Secretary Department of Pamulang University. Also, I'd like to express my appreciation to all of the speakers who are kindly participating in this conference on management of conflict as a problem solving for the dynamic globalization in the 5G society. And all of the participants who joining this international conference. This event is part of the academic culture in order to extend our resources to encourage our students on increasing their knowledge and add international insight. So we have also here many other programs to enrichment for all of the students in Unpam in Pamulang University. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that we are now in the 5G society era with dynamic situation, and we do need solution alternative to solve the problem that we face. That means the theme of the conference today is very important topic to be discussed to enlarge our insight and reinforce our knowledge regarding the point of view about 5G itself. So we have all of the students and all of the participants take opportunity to pay attention for every session until finish. Once again, on behalf of Pamulang University, I would like to say thank you very much to you all. With the name of Allah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Officially, I open this international conference on management of conflict as a problem solving for the dynamic globalization in 5G society. Thank you very much and good luck. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Rektor Universitas Pamulang, Pak Nujaman. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is Dr. Insinyur Haji Sarwani MTMM to deliver his speech. Dr. Sarwani, time is yours.
Excellency Chairman of Group Sasmita Jaya Foundation, Bapak Dr. Honoris Causa Haji Darsono, Excellency Rector of Pamulang University, Dr. Haji E. Nurjaman MMSc, distinguished speakers, TS, Dr. Duratul Ain Tolapun from University Technology Maracawangan, Malaysia, and Dr. Avinash Pawar from University of Pune, India, Mr. Amusan Victor, CAP, Director of Training of International Prep Training Hub in Nigeria, and Dr. Afsal Syed Muna from University of Sunderland, London, United Kingdom. Distinguished participants and my beloved Unpam student, that I am very proud of ever you are now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, let us thank very much to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God Almighty, merciful and compassionate, who has given us faith, strength, and health, and hence we are still able to hold the second international conference on management science, Icoms 2021. As you all know, that the theme of this Icoms 2021 is management conflict as a problem solving for the dynamic globalization is the 5G society. We all agree that life is to face problems and then solve the problems. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is highlighted that the success of this conference is able to be sustained because of the good collaboration among Magister management of the University of Pamulang, all distinguished speakers. It is therefore finally the second international conference on management and science happening today. In addition, due to pandemic COVID-19 and the government's rules on limited on people mobilities to avoid COVID-19, we are then only to hold this international conference through virtual online. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is informed that till Monday afternoon, 910 participants have been registered and they should be present at this time. There are also 91 papers which have been reviewed and ready to be published on the Journal of Humanist Unpam today. For this, I would like to thank very much to all participants and authors who have made such big efforts, and hence they are able to participate in this Icoms 2021. It is noted that agenda today consists of not only the speech from all distinguished speakers, which will be delivered in a plenary session, but also from the other speakers presented in parallel sessions through YouTube, since all authors already made their presentation link. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to update the progress of the University of Pamulang, which has established since 2005. The university at least has 3 campuses in South Tangerang, Banten, with the motto of solution for the future. All campuses have around about 84,000 students studying in faculties of law, literature, economic, engineering, teaching, and education, mathematics and natural science, and in graduate programs of law, management, informatics, engineering, and accountancy. It is not that the country has currently 563 states and private university. Unpam is categorized the second biggest university in terms of students. In 2021, the University of Pamulang has also been the 50 ranks among all states and private university in the country in 2021. The pandemic COVID-19 has hit the country since March 2020, so the university has thoroughly implemented all lectures through e-learning to support the country to a program on 5G application in education. The university is ready to be a pioneer to develop a mutual benefit collaboration, not only with domestic university all over the country, but also with foreign university spread out in Asia Pacific, even in Europe. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm also very appreciative to the all distinguished speakers from Malaysia, India, Nigeria, and United Kingdom, reviewers, authors, and participants who have supported this international conference, talking English very well. Last but not least, I thank very much to the Icoms 2021 organizing committee, which has made this conference very well. Be happy, very well be happy and productive on the second international conference on management and science 2021. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sarwani. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome greetings, we would like to present to you a traditional welcome dance to symbolize our dedication to welcome the arrival of guests as a way to show hospitality and respect. A special dance called Tari Jaipong. Tari Jaipong will be performed by Diploma 3 secretarial students.
Audio visual.
Sundarek makalangan gilik singkil patekadan tenung ludang mong waring rang minton ken kabinang
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program, Planarization. The Planarization will be led by our moderator, Dr. Taswanda Taryo. First of all, allow me to introduce our moderator, Dr. Taswanda Taryo. Dr. Taswanda Taryo was born March 28, 1956, and his education, Physics, Institut Teknologi Bandung, 1976 to 1981. University, New Brunswick, Canada, in 1989 to 1991. Doctor in Computation from Gajah Mada University, 1998 to 2003, and his predicate is cum laude. Joined Batan, November 1981, as a division manager of reactor technology, 1998, director of Safeguards Technology Center, 2005, as the director of Nuclear Safety and Reactor Technology Center, 2006. As a director of Dissemination Center, 2006 to 2008. Deputy Chairman for Dissemination of NST, 2008 to 2011. As a Secretary General, 2011 to 2014. As a Deputy Chairman of NEP from 2014 to March 2016. Member of National Energy Council, DEN, from January to December 2014. As a President Commissioner of PT Inuki from August 2011 to March 2016. As a part-time lecturer for Strata 2 from Saturday class since 2003 up to now. As a CEO of Project Management Office for Indonesia, April 2016 to December 2017. As a senior researcher at Batan from January 2018 until March 2021. As a lecturer at Strata 2 of Pamulang University from April 2021 up till now. At least 83 papers have been published in national, international, conference, and journals. Dr. Taswanda Taryo, time is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umi Rusilawati, for my time. So, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, first of all, I would like to thank very much for the availability of the Excellency Rector of University of Unpam, Dr. A. Nurzaman, MSc, and also the Director of Graduate Studies of University of Pamulang, Dr. Sarwani Abdullah, and also our distinguished speakers. Number one is Dr. Duratulain Tolibon from Malaysia, University of Penang, and also the second, Dr. Apinas Pawar from University of Pune, India, and Mr. Amusang Victor Clovasei from Nigeria, and the last speaker will be Mr. Abzal Sayed Muna from United Kingdom. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell here that the session I would like to lead will be something like about almost 4 hours. And it will be the following, for example, like number one, the speaker of Malaysia, Dr. Tolibon, will start maybe in 5 minutes. So, and after that will be followed by the second speaker, Dr. Apinas Pawar from University of Pune, India. And the third, Mr. Amusang Victor Kulawesi from Nigeria. And the last from Mr. Absa Sayed Muna. Well, give me 5 minutes to read the for Dr. Tolibon CV. Dr. Tolibon is really it is a lot of pages I should read, because Dr. Talibon is very, very important person, is talented, and also the young, because she just won the 2nd of December 1983. So, and after that, from if I see about the working experience or academic qualification, the in 2006, she got this Bachelor of Engineering from University of Technology Malaysia, Skudai, Johor. So, and after that, in 2007, she graduated and got the Master of Engineering in Environment Management from University of Technology Malaysia, Skudai, Johor as well. And finally, she got the PhD, Civil Engineering, with the major alternative water resource from University of Technology Mara Shah Alam Selangor, still from Malaysia. So, and after that, if I see that we can, so really be patient to read about the my reading on her CV, because about 11 pages, but I will read very fast, even though it is very thoroughly. Working experience as a lecturer in Faculty of Civil Engineering at UITM Perlis, 2007-2015, and 2015 to present senior lecturer. And also he has and also the quarterly Franklin membership, and also senior member of Asia Pacific Chemical Biological Environment Engineering Society, graduate member of Board of Engineer Malaysia, graduate member of Institution of Engineer, Construction of Industry Development Board Malaysia. And also she had a lot of publication, for example. So I think I cannot read one by one, but I should inform honestly that at least here about 20 something like 20, let me see, about 25, 29, yeah, 29 papers have been submitted, not only in national journal, but also international journal. So it is noted that he's amazing, she's amazing, the PhD, she got a lot of 29. I really hope that she will be soon to become a professor in Malaysia. So also she wrote something like article and documentation. So something like in the here about the electronic media, and also about the university, and also in something like in a project. A lot of projects has been done, and also she also got a lot of research grant. So here in grant, I spent all of this from Malaysia, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6, at least 6 got the research grant from the government of Malaysia. And also she's a good management and administration. Yeah, for coordinator of Pelatihan Industry, coordinator in the what you call like coordinator about in the land in Malaysia, and also the about the entrepreneurship, coordinator entrepreneurship, and also for the education and training coordinator, and so on. So a lot of things has been done by Dr. Talibon. He's also the owner of the consultant project, some also the civil company, and editorial reviewer international membership, visiting lecturer, and also the Industry Academy Research Incorporated, International Advisory Committee member, Scientific Committee member, International Advisory, Outreach Committee of the International Company Research Department. So at least here, something like about the 17 as editorial, review, internal membership, and almost the international activities. Here also the internal examiner, so about the project given by the here the faculty, and also about the supervisor for the civil engineering, and also the she got this. I really appreciate that she got a lot of award and recognition, Civil Award, Bronze Award, Gold Award, from anything related into his expertise. So here is 1, 2, 3 award recognition, something like 14, 19, and 21, 20, 24, and something like is a lot of. So be patient. I'm reading. 44 award have been accepted by her in grades. And also, but the jury, he was a jury also for innovation, invention competition in Malaysia. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. 11 activities has been assigned for him to become a jury, and also the innovation, patent, intellectual property right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, 9, 11. 11 patent in the intellectual property for her. So that's all the curriculum I have already read, and I'm very sure that her presentation will be wonderful to be here. And this is for time. Dr. Talibon, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taswanda.
Yes, please.
Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, so I would like to share my slide. Okay.
Not yet. I haven't seen yet so far. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
We started.
So, okay, so let me start my presentation. First of all, Assalamualaikum and good morning to keynote speaker, okay, honorable keynote speaker, and then invited speakers, committee of the conference, and also ladies and gentlemen. So I am Dr. Duratul Ain Tolibon, a senior lecturer from the School of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, University Technology Mara, Pahang Branch, Malaysia. All right. So my topic for presentation today is environmental management in era 4.0. So here is the outlines of my presentation. All right. So basically, what I am going to present today is the general knowledge on the environmental management, as I am from the civil engineering department. So my major is in the water resource and environmental system. So first, let's look into the definition of the environmental management. So basically, it is a practice, policies, and the procedures that all the industries and facilities must undertake in order to comply with the local, state, and federation environmental legislation. So in other words, the industries, the facilities need to monitor their release of the effluent or chemical or the pollutants into the or other byproducts to the environment. For example, to the ambient air, to the water resource, and also to the waste stream. So why does it important we have this environmental management? So it is important to improve the use of the resources for their production. And also they need to complete of the material cycles by having the reduction of the emission to the environment. And also the industries must encourage to dematerialization of the production activities. Besides, they need to reduce and eliminate the dependence on the non-renewable energy sources by substituting into the renewable energy sources, for example, the solar energy and rainwater harvesting and other else. And also by having this reducing of dependent on renewable energy sources, then can reduce their operating cost of the production. And also they are encouraged to decrease in the waste by having the reuse and recycling of waste products. And it is important to conserve our environment as we are moving towards the zero waste. So we must implement the waste hierarchy. For the first step, we need to avoid or reduce the use of the single-use plastic in the first place. However, if we cannot avoid or reduce the consumption of these materials, we need to reuse the material as many times as possible. And then after it cannot be reused, we can send it to the recycle plant to generate the waste into the new products. However, when we cannot recycle it, we can send it to the energy plant to recover energy from the waste. And then by having this, by having this 4-stage before we send it to the landfill, so we can minimize or reduce the dumping of the waste into the landfill treatment plant. So let's look into the environmental management evolution. So by having the consideration of the process design, product design, and also the consumption of raw materials, we can consider the environmental management. Therefore, we can prevent the pollution to our environment. So by having this prevention, we can minimize the waste that being dumped, and also we can reduce the waste and the cost to retreat the waste in the landfill. So here is some of the environmental sustainability development, which can create the green working environment and involve mid of social caring responsible. And also they can create the green design by incorporate the environmental protection material into the design products. And next, they can create the green recycling habit by the waste value added research. And also they can improve the procedures to enhance the activities and reduce the environmental impact. So now let's look into the Industrial Revolution 4.0. As we know, the Industry 1.0 started at 1784, which is involving more towards the machineries, steam power, and then to generate their machine. By moving to Industry 2.0 that started at 1870, they produced in a mass production assembly line and involve more electrical energy and machineries. So here we involve more human power to generate the production. And by Industry 3.0, it moved towards the automation, computers, and electronic devices that operate by the robotic and also other machineries. So it will starting to reducing the cost on the human power. And now we are facing the Industrial Revolution 4.0 that involve more towards the cyber physical system, Internet of Things, and network. So why does Industrial 4.0 is important? Because we can reduce the cost of the production and increase the safety of the workers, and also may improve the quality of life. And also we can produce the less expensive of the product. And also they can predict the shipping method effectively, and the companies can grow rapidly, and then they can simulate our economies and allow the companies to automate their process. And lastly, they can save money on the labor or manpower. So when we talk about the Industrial Revolution 4.0, it's related more to the Internet of Things. So what is Internet of Things? IoT refers to the things that we use every day that also connect to the Internet and will allow us to control or receive the data from that thing from our smartphone or other mobile devices. And the IoT will help us to work smarter, live smarter, and gain complete control over our life. So this IoT may generate the smart green technologies. So by having these smart green technologies, it may give the benefits to enhance the energy efficiency, and then they can improve the traffic management of the community, and then they can reduce the pollution and waste to environment, and also they can eliminate the crime and increasing the safety of the community, and give the better infrastructure management, and will also improve the quality of life of their citizens. So now let's move to the first component in the environmental management in era 4.0. So the first, let's look into the renewable energies. So it offers amazing benefits related to power consumption monitoring and real-time alerting, as many countries providing solar subsidies to its citizens to increase the adoption of renewable energies even further. So this may balance the supply and demand by integration of the IoT in the renewable energy. So it helps the energy suppliers to accommodate electricity from renewable resources and suffice the end consumers' needs. And it also may have the cost effectiveness effect, as the implementation of the IoT in solar energy can reduce the cost of building and managing the solar station to some extent. So in environmental management, we also involve in a smart watering system. So by having the sensor, we can check the quality of the raw catchment water in our water treatment plant. So we can monitor the chemical composition in the water after their treatment and also in the wastewater treatment plant. So by having the changing quantity in the storage reservoir, and also we can check on the pressure of the pipe in the distribution pipelines to be fulfill the customer demand. And having the smart meters and monitoring system, so they can provide the real-time water consumption measuring. So they can identify the overlay excessive usage and the waste point, as well as to correct usage patterns, and they can predict for the future consumption. And then it is also useful for production and distribution managers and about household. So by having IoT, they can also automate distribution system and produce the precision algorithm in order to make sure the distribution system can dynamically regulate and control the supply of water to the end consumers. Next, we talk about water resources management. So IoT solution for water management will help the industry stakeholders, government and consumers to reach their sustainability and efficiency objective. In terms of their operation, they can improve their operational system, and also they can give the immediate response by identify or predict any issues and respond immediately to minimize the damage or the breakout of their equipments. And then they can also optimize and automation of the human resource, because the managers can partially or fully automate some processes. Therefore, they can optimize the use of human power. And also by having this, they can optimize their costs in the long run. And also they can provide the sustainability as the source of saving, high efficiency, and also to reach different environmental goals. And also it's a looking forward strategy for the water conservation strategies. Now let's move to the waste management system in IR 4.0. So by having the IoT along with the smart devices and sensors and machine-to-machine connectivity, there has the potential to reduce the unnecessary expenses because of operational inefficiency in trash collection process. So firstly, they can optimize the route of collection, meaning that by attach the sensor to a dumpster, so it can measure its field level. So this smart dumpster can transmit their real-time field level information to the waste collectors. So by using this data, the IoT enterprise can select the optimum routes for the waste collector with areas in urgent need to be cleaned up based on the priority. So by having this technique or technologies, so there is no missed deliveries. In order to achieve that, the sensor can detect the dumpster when it is full and will automatically alert the authorities. And also, they have the efficient recycling technologies, because we know the electronic devices, the consumption of the electronic devices is highly demand. Okay, so the appearing of this electronic device in landfill is growing in concern. So therefore, this device may generate the content of the harmful chemicals, and this is available components that can be recycled into the new products. So we must send these material devices to the recycling plant. And also they can automating IoT management system by sorting and segregating of waste required So by having these digital bins, they can automate and categorize of these waste efficiently. And also it incorporate the efficient data analysis because the connected device will record the speed at which the bill fills up throughout the day. So this device monitor how often they empty the bins in various locations. So in environmental management, also we focus on the livestock waste management. So animal waste management is one of the key issues to be solved in environmental problem, because by having this IoT-based smart intelligent alert system, they can provide the proper management of animal waste, because they can provide the automate and control the process of collecting waste from all the dairies in the cities and helps in appropriate disposal. And also, the system uses sensors to exhaust the excess of biogas which produced by the animal waste. And also this system help in reduce the pollution to rivers, because we know that normally animal waste is just flushed into the nearby water body such as river or pond. So this may cause water pollution and health hazard to the people who living nearby the surrounding areas. Next, we move to water and wastewater treatment plant. So in water and wastewater treatment plant, the IoT platform acts as a perfect tool to manage this wastewater, because wastewater management face challenges, for example, the contamination and also the treatment process. So this IoT acts as a communication and data gathering, which enable the authorities to have the detailed information about the plant operation. So by having this IoT, they can detect the harmful chemicals, because we know that pathogen, chemicals and toxins is dissolved and submerged in the wastewater is more dangerous than their tangible counterparts. And also, they can choose the specific treatment process. This will let the treatment plant to minimize the processes and to remove any unnecessary contamination from the wastewater. So therefore, this process will optimize and minimize the operational costs. And we know that the water treatment facilities required to operate 24/7. So it is important for us to make sure the treatment plant will meet the water demand for the consumers. So we must make sure that the flow of water is never stopped, and we must make sure to avoid any sudden breakdown of the equipment, machineries, and the treatment plant must be properly maintained. Beside of this element, we also have a healthy, clean weather and air is a very important in environmental. So we know that by using the IoT solution that consists of sensors and data interpretation hardware and software, we can provide a technology. For example, they can suck the carbon out of air and turning it back into mineral and reuse to create the energy. With the air quality monitoring system, the industries can detect the presence of these toxics and monitor the air quality to take the intelligent measures to improve the quality of air for their workers. So this may lead to increasing of the productivity and reduce the equipment damage, and also will comply with the legislation. And the smart green agriculture is also gain insight on the soil condition, temperature, humidity level, and the watering plant at the proper moment by using sensors that placed in the garden. So this IoT may provide the monitoring of the crop, climate, and soil condition, and they can monitor effectively of the livestock, of their farming, and then the watering and fertilization can be automatically generate, and also they can detect and eradication of the pests, and therefore with this high technology they can yield the higher crop quality. All right, so parallel with the Industrial Revolution 4.0, so in water, also facing the Water Revolution 4.0. As being displayed, this is the revolution of the water industry from industry water 1.0. So they utilize the local and ad hoc system because they use the steel pipe to handle the high water pressure. And then when they move to the second water revolution, they use the large centralized water infrastructures. And for the third water revolution, and they use the computers to control their system, which the information technologies will enable the system to integrate such sensors into the infrastructures. And lastly, when we are in the fourth water revolution, normally it involves cyber-physical, which enable the system combine the real and virtual water systems. So what is involved in the water 4.0 technologies? So by having the IoT, it is a technology for the water 4.0, which allow the water related issues to be monitored in the real time remotely. So the cloud platform assisting the water industries to address their current challenges. And by having the cybersecurity technologies, it is important to the water industry and the digital world. Also by artificial intelligence and machine learning, other technologies or technique being used in the water industries to create the leverage of water quality treatment process by exposing the water related issues ahead of time to notify the water field engineer in time. So by having the big data and analytic technologies, it is expected to transform the water industry to a complete data-driven sector. So in environmental management, we also have the water resource integrated modeling system. So by having this, they can evaluate the operational alternative of large and complex river basin. So they can also integrate simulation language for flexible criteria, operational criteria. And by having these capabilities, they can provide a comprehensive and powerful modeling tool for water resource system simulation. Also, in the environmental management in era 4.0, we're also dealing with modeling and simulation software in order to predict the water surface elevation for the creation of flood inundation maps, and then they can identify the velocity of the rivers and sedimentation that happen in the river body, and also to check on their or to predict the water quality for the future needs. And now I would like to share some of the development of equipments or smart devices based on the IoT technologies. So from Pablo, 2017, they produced the network measures carbon monoxide, temperature, relative humidity, with the reading frequency of every 40 seconds and a hibernation period of 15 minutes. By Suresh from India, they produce a meter reader as well as individual domestic or industrial consumers to use the regular smartphone to perform their meter reading, to update the utilities portal or database for their billing payment. And by Amarendra from India, they also use open source technology based smart system to predict the irrigation requirement of a field using the sensing of ground parameter like soil moisture, soil temperature, environmental condition, along with a weather forecast data from the internet. So by Tinagaran from Malaysia, they propose an IoT-based water monitoring system that measures the water level in the real time. And also by Chandra from India, they produce the sensor that will send the flow of water by each pipe, which ultimately tells the usage of water at one block ideally. But in Sang Hong from Korea, they propose the smart garbage system components that are required in external and public environments. And also from Spain, Raymond, 2020, they developed the integration to a wireless network sensor network and a preliminary validation in a wastewater treatment plant scenario. And also by Adam, 2018 from Australia, they present the network infrastructures allows for device capable of real-time monitoring to alert any system failures, providing an effective tool to proactively capture the current state of the sewer network between much larger sewer pumping stations. So as a conclusion, by integrating of the Industrial 4.0 with the Sustainable Development Goal is provide an innovation platform for the decision makers to make the right choice to use technology as leverage to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. So the rising economic growth, manufacturing industries, and then also the new industries supporting information and communication technologies may generate benefits in the form of promotion, sustainable industries, investment in research and innovation, and also to motivate and give much more opportunities for entrepreneurship. And also these plans will provide an integrated but sustainable infrastructures, innovation and industrial development under Industry 4.0 and give the most appropriate, better tool for implementing the SDGs goal. So I think that's all from me, and thank you for your kind attention. I pass the session to Dr. Taswanda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dordatul Ain Tolibon, for your comprehensive presentation, telling us about how the environmental and how the progress of the waste management in your country and how to handle it. And also, lastly, you inform about the status device, innovated by some countries like India, United Kingdom, Malaysia, how handle about the waste management in our life. So in conclusion, probably I really agree that the combination between the economy, technology with really support the innovation and also to solve and to achieve the what you call like sustainable development goal 4.0. So thank you very much, Dr. Tolibon, and please make applause for her comprehensive presentation. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's 11:15, so it is a very good time because for the second speaker, I would like to, to give him the opportunity is Dr. Avinash Pawar, but before that, I would like to inform that the question and answer session will be performed after the old speaker deliver the presentation. So I think maybe after the break, yeah. So now, before coming the presentation of Dr. Avinash Pawar, please allow me to read about the Dr. Avinash Pawar PhD, MBA, and BE. And I would like to tell everybody here that Dr. Avinash Pawar is really, this is the second join, yeah? Second join to participate in the International Conference on Management and Science, because last year, exactly on November 30, 20 and 21, he's also the invited speaker from India with myself. Because at the time we had 4 speakers, one from the Professor Sahin from Turkey, the second Avinash Pawar from India, the third from Vietnam at the time, and the last is from Indonesia, is myself. Okay, well, this is the, allow me again to read Dr. Avinash Pawar is the member of the Faculty and Management Academic Research of the University of Pune. Avinash Pawar is also a value proposition human resource management. He is a multifaceted academician and researcher in management with around 10 years of academic experience across multiple disciplines of management science, human resources, marketing, technology, operation and supply chain management. He is a lifelong learner, enthusiastic educator, and passionate teacher with interdisciplinary approach toward management, teaching, learning. So interest areas is strategic management, management for sustainability, organizational behavior, human resource management, and I think so many things very important to be delivered. But I think because of the time, so just to see about in the just slightly research, he is very interested in employer branding, employee value proposition, human resource, talent management, e-business, branding, change management, HR analysis, HR marketing, and many things. Professional education, a PhD in management with the title dissertation, a study on analysis and evaluation of employee value proposition of IT companies, Master in Business Administration, and also he graduated from MBA in Human Resource Management in 2010, MBA in Production Material Management 2011, and he is also MBA for Marketing Management 2012. Bachelor Engineering in 2006 from University of Pune, and an accreditation qualification in SET, Stage Ability Test, accreditation for Management Teacher, qualified in National Ability for Test, qualification courses, postgraduate diploma, certification, digital marketing, competency mapping, project management, reliability management, business intelligence, and so on. So many certificate courses already achieved by him. Under an award, he got Best Academic Award in Business Management. And then Distinguished Faculty Award, Outstanding Management Teacher, International Young Management Teacher, a Young International in 2016, Best People Award, Semarang University, IC Best Indonesia, So he already in Semarang in 2016, and he had the Best People Award. International Teacher Travel Grant 2016, Best Teacher Award, Excellent Community in Education by Ketaya Swapani Pakistan 2014. And also academic employment, she got the academic responsibilities, also the professional affiliation like editorial board member, reviewer, editorial member of the Eastern European Business Economic Journal, member of board committee Academy NASA International UAE, United Arab Emirates, and also member managing teacher coordinator Global India, and fellowship Maranatha Chamber, and also the training and consultancy, training productive workshop on supply chain management, brain consultant for Global Technology India, marketing consultant, visiting session, achievement, winner programming change management best plan in at Emerge, taught various subject multidiscipline on management and others, excellent teaching feedback at Pimpi Chiwat College topper, and research profile, international research conference about 3 international paper, national conference paper 4, journalistic paper 21, and public book publication is 2, and publication international conference paper, national, as I mentioned before, and also for the last book publication is new, Kulkani Pawat, about managing for sustainability, and also about technology management is business. Seminar and workshop attended 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, national and international. And personal information, I forgot to tell that he is very young, and now he's already just about 38 years old because he was born in 5th of August 1983. And then the contact number, I get the number, and also I had the what do you call, like email address. If any participant would like to have like his email number and email address and email mobile, so please contact me right away. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Happiness Pawar, now is your time, about 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Dr. Taswanda. It's a wonderful to join the conference of Pamulang University, and
for the second time.
Yes, I'm really glad to be a part of this conference. I'm sure I'll be sharing some of the aspects of how technology has evolved and how it has impacted our lives. Especially I'll be talking about the impact on industries and different types of businesses and what policy decisions have been taken. I'll be sharing some of the facts of India, how 5G has created an impact on different sectors in India. So I'll just share my presentation with all of you.
That's great. That's great.
Yes, yes. Is it visible? Yeah.
Yes, visible.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Please go on.
Yes, thank you. So the theme of today's conference is how management conflict as a problem solving for dynamic globalization in the 5G society. Basically, today we are talking about how technology is becoming a part of our life. As the earlier speaker said about Internet of the Things, digital technology, social media, artificial intelligence, all these new technologies are becoming part of our life. Every day we use these technologies to cater some of our needs. So in that context, 5G has been an evolutionary way of looking at the things. It can help us to connect to a lot of different types of devices. It can help us to, segregate a lot of aspects of data and, making our life easy. So I'll be briefing some aspects of how 5G has evolved and what are its benefits to the business In fact, 11 years later, 5G networks and technology will further revolutionize wireless communication by transforming existing market sectors and industry. So we have seen the evolution. Initially, it was 4G technology, which was introduced in 2009. And today, after that, around 11 years, we see 5G networks, which are started evolving in developing countries. Most of the European countries have already established 5G networks, but today the developing countries are still working on building good infrastructure for 5G. Country like India, we have a lot of telecommunication infrastructure development which is happening, and we in a future we will see lot of changes, especially in network technologies, wireless communication, and artificial intelligence. So beyond upgrading existing 4G enabled capabilities, just better than video streaming, I think 5G will integrate different technologies. As I said, the Internet of the Things and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and it will help the society and people. 5G will be instrumental to the success of these technologies by offering bi-directional communication, and it will support more than 1 million devices as per square kilometer, and it will provide ultra reliable connectivity to all the devices across the connection. So that will be a much broader impact, I would say, which will create a betterment of people living in the society. So I'll be discussing on how it will evolve, and what are the different aspects it will touch. Before that, let's understand how the 5G has evolved, and what some of the basic types of 5G. So 5G is a foundational technology that enables other technologies to communicate and support device development across the value chain, from chipset makers to infrastructure developers. Developing the wireless technology requires companies to invest heavily and consistently in research and development to drive innovation over a long time horizon before the benefits materialize. So promoting a balance between collaboration across the ecosystem and a robust IP protection strategy. So this talks about how the 5G technology will require the support of all aspects from technology manufacturers and infrastructure developers. So both will go hand in hand, and it will provide the benefit, especially in terms of connectivity, building the productivity in business, making the things easy for the society and all other people. 5G will also transform how businesses are conducted, and every operations are run, presenting tangible productivity improvements through real-time flow of information. 5G will unlock the next wave of rapid data and insight-driven decision-making, allowing optimization of business functions and creation of new value customers. So guys, this is very interesting because as we talk about many management aspects and business related functions, we could see a drastic changes by implementing the technologies. And today, I think, apart from the earlier technologies, today we are moving up with integrating 5G in businesses, and that will surely be helpful to build the productivity, efficiency, and reach to better markets. Because especially in country like India, there are many challenges, especially to reach to the market and then getting the real-time data. I think 5G will help those processes, and it will be I think it will help the businesses in a much larger extent. Moving on to what kind of technologies which will provide platform for the 5G. The first is massive Internet of the Things. So as earlier speaker has discussed about IoT, I think IoT is a platform which connects different types of devices. Either it may be a mobile phone, cameras, CCTVs, computers, laptop, any kind of a device which can be connected to create a holistic experience for the user. So the user might be a business user, or probably a person from the society. He could collect the real-time data and could help certain processes or take some decisions. So I think IoT will be largely, I would say, influenced by the 5G. On the other hand, it will also enable the bi-direction data transfer with a high volume and high speed. Currently, the speed and sustainability of the internet, the speed and connectivity of the internet is I would say it is little lesser. But due to the evolution of 5G, it will support a lot of other applications like augmented reality or virtual reality, a computer vision. So I think those new technologies can be integrated in mobile devices, and that will be creating more impact on the customers, and that will create better life for citizens. And the third aspect which I would like to stress on is mission critical services, which are very necessary for people living in the society. So something like ambulance or maybe automated vehicles or intensive care units, which can be enhanced, and the reliability and speed of all these operations can be increased. So I think on all these fronts, 5G will create a bigger impact, and sooner we will find a lot of applications of 5G in the real world. So how it's going to happen? I think in 2021 we will find a lot of demand for technology experts, and a lot of people who are involved working on different devices, like different industries starting from manufacturing, retail, supply chain. Even many industries which are operating on a smaller scale, they will also have a lot of applications of the 5G technology. And on the other front, even the service providers will have excellent, I would say, roadmap for implementing 5G technologies. So to sum up, I think in the future, we are going to have a lot of opportunities for people who can implement the technologies, and who could, utilize all aspects of these new upcoming technologies. And similarly, as we all have seen the digital transformation of all business functions, like even today, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we could see a lot of industries operating in a digital mode. Even today's conference, we are conducting it through online platform. So similarly, a lot of industry transformations will happen in the future, especially if, in service industry. I think the Indian IT industry is the biggest IT industry in the world. So we could see a lot of transformation happening due to the emergence of 5G technology, and that will be more digitalized and mobilized, and that will transform the face of all the industries. Either it might be a manufacturing, retail, or it might be any industry with supporting other subdivisions. I think all those industries will transform to a different way that will create better networks, better applications, and I would say that will create more awareness to all these industries, and people who are working in those industries to get acquainted to all these new technologies. So I think that industry transformation is happening right now. We could see the changes happening in the industry. And on the other hand, the next challenge is building the networks, because the infrastructure is a major problem in developing countries. And even in India, we could see a lot of challenges in terms of building the connectivity and telecom infrastructure, so that might be one of the challenge. But I think government has strategized all the operations to create one network for multiple industries, and then creating different platforms for innovations in different industries, then creating global developments and global standards for different industries, and implementing and integrating a lot of new technologies in businesses. And recently, Government of India has started the scheme for providing the financial support to the industries for upgrading their technologies or integrating new technologies. So sooner or later, we will find all different industrial sectors to use all these new technologies and different functions as we discussed, like IoT, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So in an earlier time, we could see 2G, 3G, 4G, and today 5G, which has got a larger influence in terms of volume of data to be transferred. And it has also, I think, increased the connectivity across different platforms, different devices, and I would say the number of devices. Latency and end user data extraction has been increased, and battery life for low power devices has also been increased. These are few advantages of 5G, and I think in the later time we will also have few more technologies to be integrated in the spectrum of 5G, and that will create more I would say benefits to different industries like multi-domain performance or energy performance. As sustainability will also be one of the prime concern for industries that can be resolved with the 5G, creating global standards, foundation for efficient industries and societies, massive machine type communication, which will bring the markets and the suppliers together, whosoever is operating as a stakeholder in a business chain. Probably we will have better communication across the supply chain, across all business functions, and critical machine communication, which will bring more automation to the business processes. I think that is a key factor which creates more productivity and efficiency for the businesses. And largely it will create more flexibility and robustness, which will have more open platform to develop as per your own needs. It will have more flexibility, it will have more programmable aspect, agile and sustainable, and robustness in terms of growing the scale. It will be more secure, reliable, and standardized. So these are few, I would say, the advantages which I have mentioned. And apart from that, I think the most important element of 5G is increasing the effectiveness. I think whatever business operations are happening, they can be done in a more structured way, and the decisions can be taken based on the real-time data, and you could get the things corrected before it's too late, so that will increase the efficiency and effectiveness. Some of the global standards which are derived in different countries, in North America, then in Europe, in China, Japan, Korea, all these countries have very well established 5G networks, and they have also implemented some of the standards for all 5G networks. The countries like India, Indonesia, we are still in the development phase of 5G, and developing, I would say, the infrastructure for 5G. But I think soon we will have all those challenges overcome, and we will find a lot of, I would say, the changes and implementation of these technologies in different business processes. So to sum up, I think 5G could help us to integrate different technologies and different devices through a single network, and that will be a great user experience when we see healthcare or a transportation, retail, or telecommunication. When we integrate all those industries together with a single network, we will find a lot of applications, where user can take the advantage of multiple services together, or it will be very easy for the customer to take the services in a less time. So that's going to be the future, and we will see a lot of changes happening, in all those areas of implementation. Then broadband experience everywhere, every time. So due to the 5G, we could get better connectivity, better internet services, and probably better speed, which will create good experience for the users, and that the challenge of accessibility can be reduced, especially in villages. Probably in Indian villages, still there is a connectivity. Up a good 5G network, I think that challenge can also be eliminated by creating better connectivity for the remote users. Then on the other hand, the major challenges, or I would say the major change which can happen in the industry, which is a transportation infrastructure. And I think the lot of I would say innovations are happening in India, especially for transportation, because there are many I would say challenges in transportation. It might be a traffic or a lack of parking space, or probably a congestion in the traffic. All those challenges can be overcome using 5G technology, like creating sensors, and then creating the alarm systems, or probably automizing lot of traffic activities can be effectively handled if we have a 5G technology implemented, especially for transportation and traffic management. And moreover, mass market and personalized televisions, I think it's going to be the future. I think rather than a traditional television, people would like to prefer and see the personalized television, where you could see the programs, and you could see the documentaries which you like, and that will be very easy if you have 5G capabilities. Users could see the media and information which is relevant to him. So probably the television market will be dominated by after implementing 5G networks in the country. So I think this is going to be the new future segment of technology. And on the other hand, the remote machinery, where where there is a difficulty in operating, I think we could channelize all the technologies using the 5G, and we could operate a lot of I would say machineries in a challenging situation. So 5G network will be able to help us to do all such type of remote machinery activities, and that will be helpful to work in a certain I would say difficult situations, in spite of having challenges to reach those particular locations. Then another example of Ericsson, which has tested 5G radio, and which has I think they have done a lot of trials, and they're successful in implementing the 5G radio test, and where the user could interact with the radio, and they could learn, investigate, demonstrate various activities, using the 5G activities. So 5G radio test, which has happened in 3 phases. The phase 1 was 2014 to 15, and then it was limited to 400 megahertz bandwidth. Then in 15 to 16, I think a lot of new technologies came into the picture, and then 5G technology components were implemented. And in after 2017, we could see a commercial form of radio, which was highly interactive, and you could get the information which you require. So that's going to be available in the market, and probably we will see the integration of 5G radio in different devices. This is another, I would say, example. You could see 5G extractor demo at MWC 20, where Ericsson research demonstrated remote control of real-life full excavators at MWC 20. So we could see, if you see in the picture, you will realize a person operating a machinery at the remote distance from a different place. So probably, it will create the applications where a user could interact with remote devices, remote machineries, and also channelize different types of applications. So I think this is going to be the future after 5G. We have seen a lot of changes due to evolution of 4G, but now the 5G is taking that evolution to the next stage, where users could interact, and where we could see a lot of applications happening in different segments. Similarly, 5G has been successfully implemented in Sweden with the help of various companies like Ericsson, Scania, Volvo, KTH, Shamlers. All these companies have implemented 5G in Sweden, and they have excellent remote structures of connectivity, and they are providing ultra reliable latency for control various activities of automation. And it has also been implemented in ICT and industrial applications. So excellent. I think Sweden has got the best case study for application of 5G. I think all of us should take a lesson out of it, and we could improvise our own business processes and the application of 5G in the real world. So I think we would like to have more extended form of 5G connectivity as like Sweden. So driving this revolution of 5G, we could see world-leading research together with industry and academia. I think a lot of research is happening in 5G. Even country like India, Malaysia, Indonesia, we are taking a step further to have a lot of industry collaboration for different projects under 5G. And I would like to highlight that Indian Institutes of Technologies, they're highly working on 5G networks, and they have done a lot of innovations and patents in this area. Global efforts for global standards and technology leadership in all 5G domains. So probably we will see a lot of Asian countries which will have better leadership in technological, I would say, applications in 5G. Because we have a great source of manpower and technological competence, which could create better, I would say, application in businesses. Track record in digitalization of different industries. I think today we see a lot of changes, especially due to COVID-19. We have seen a lot of changes happening in different industries, like retail. We could order the food, we could order the groceries, we could order all type of products by sitting at home. And that, that has only due to the influence of COVID-19, which has forced the industries to digitalize their operations, and sooner we will find the same application happening due to 5G evolution, and that will be more easy and that will be more cost effective to the companies, so that's going to be the future. So there can be some of the direct impact, indirect impact, and induced impact of 5G. Between 21 to 25, 5G will drive up around 2 trillion new sales across major industries. And over this period, 5G will create a transform up to 20 million jobs. So guys, this is very interesting that we will find the employment. I think that today's youth and new generation will find a lot of job opportunities in these new segments. The person with right skills and technological competence will have a lot of opportunities in the future. So as a teacher, as a professor, I think we should develop our students with those competencies, and I'm sure that it will create a bigger impact on their employability and their future. So 5G's transformative impact on economy will fuel an engine of economic growth across all industries, especially in Europe, because Europe has already implemented the 5G and we are still in the process of implementing 5G. That will drive better cost effectiveness and delivery of the product and services. So initially it might be a little difficult, but we will get the benefit, as we start implementing the 5G in different sectors. So I have mentioned some of the potential benefits in different industries. So if you look at manufacturing as a major giant industry all across the globe, and even in India, we have the biggest portion of manufacturing industry contributing to the economy. So how the manufacturing will change? I think the 5G technology will unlock the ability to sense and respond for manufacturers, facilitating efficient communication between people and machinery. So for example, factory floor automation or the processes like robotic control, that will be more effective due to 5G. Then intelligent asset management or connected co-workers, quality assurance, all these business functions will have more, I would say, productivity and resilience for manufacturing businesses. Similarly, for auto and transport, we will have more, I would say, smarter transport and safer transport, which will enhance vehicle safety and automation, connecting new intelligent transport systems and creating automated train operations, so that aspects will create new products and services in transportation industry, and create those services with the lesser cost and more benefit to individuals. So I think manufacturing and transportation have more applications. On the other hand, the healthcare will have remote patient monitoring, where the doctor could see larger number of patients. Be helpful for every country and every nation for building a better healthcare networks. Then utilities like intelligent grid, next generation workforce, smart power plant that will create more sustainable, I would say, practices for which will not affect the environment. And lastly, agriculture, which is the most, I would say, preferred industry, which has got larger application in our lives. So agriculture will have more automated pest and weed control using drones and technologies, so the manual task can be eliminated, and we could create, I would say, better structure for managing the agriculture. And similarly, connected tractors and automated agricultural equipments, livestock trading, getting the real data and trading the products in a livestock form. So probably that will give more advantage to the farmers. So I think this is going to be the future, and different applications of 5G in different segments. So now moving back to 5G India strategy, what India has done, and how it has created the impact. I will not take much time. So 5G, we have started with National Digital Communication Policy, and which has created to build a better 5G network for different cities in India, which has digitalized lot of applications and invited lot of investment from different sectors. So probably it will create an impact on the economy by 1 trillion by 2035. And innovations in different segments of 5G are happening, and it is creating a better ecosystem, especially through startup activities in India, because majority of the startups in India are technology driven. And again, lot of government schemes like Jan Dhana, and then mobile connectivity, high speed broadband to every Indian via BharatNet. All these are new projects which are implemented by the government. New practices like a lot of technology trials are happening. Different test beds have been designed by premium institutes from India, and major trials and technology demonstrations are happening business processes and contribute to different economies in the world. So till 2025, we will see a lot of changes happening in the digital world, and there are a lot of benefits of implementing 5G, to different industries and to all social applications. So with this note, I would say thank you, terima kasih, for your patient listening.
Terima kasih. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the excellent presentation delivered by Dr. Pawar. So first of all, about how the progress of 5G in India. So and after that, he mentioned regarding in other countries. And finally, that's concluded that by the existence of 5G, we are very optimistic that we will have the better life, better improvement, better technology, better health, better anything. So again, on behalf of the all participants in the organizing committee, would like to thank very much for the
Thank
power.
you.
But
Thanks a lot.
be patient. Yeah, but be patient. I think the question answer will be coming after the all speaker presentation.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a
So,
lot.
yeah, Dr. Tolibon and Dr. Pawar. So I will see you again in the next session, probably after 11:30.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
11:30 or so.
Sure.
Okay, well, that's all the presentation for the first and the second presentation. And for the all participant, I think, as I mentioned before, we will have the 4 speakers for today. So 2 speakers already ended. And we will have the short break for the lunch, probably about 20 minutes. So for Priying Duhur, and so if somebody else would like to have lunch and also the others, other activities. But for sure, I will see you again in the 12:20 in the same Zoom link. Thank you very much, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again, thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. And see you again at 12:20 in the same of link Zoom. Thank you very much. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
How do you feel today?
I'm very good and very excited.
Very and very. Pakai kata very aja? No. Agar kemampuan bahasa Inggris kamu lebih berkelas dan lebih fancy, sebenarnya ada kata-kata yang bisa dipilih sebagai alternatif pengganti kata very. Contohnya, kalau kamu ingin bilang I'm very sad, cukup bilang dengan I am depressed. Lalu kalau misalnya kamu bilang I am very angry, kamu cukup bilang dengan I am furious. Very nervous? No, 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 no. Kamu cuma bilang anxious. Kalau kamu ingin meningkatkan kosakata baru setiap hari, lancar berbahasa Inggris seperti native speaker, sebenarnya tidaklah sulit. Rahasianya adalah berlatih dengan ink breaking.
Ink breaking berfokus pada speaking dan listening skill dengan 3 teknik eksklusif, deep listening, catching up, dan rapid response. Buku Ink Breaking memberikan 36 topik beragam yang sering digunakan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, sehingga kita dapat memahaminya dengan cepat. Nah, satu lagi yang paling penting dari Ink Breaking, karena aplikasi pembelajarannya dapat kamu download di iOS maupun di Android. Jadi, kita bisa belajar dimanapun dan kapanpun.
Ink breaking sangat membantu. Jika kamu mengalami kesulitan dalam menemukan tempat kursus yang menarik dan efektif, cobalah ink breaking. Nah, sekarang ink breaking memberikan diskon besar-besaran hingga
kasih Tuhan. Hi, my name is Yu Chen-Ling, and I'm a software engineer in Google. Today, we are excited to talk about on-device machine learning and share
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Pak Panitia, mohon Mr. Amus kan mau masuk, bisa dibantu. Halo. Panitia. Halo.
Pasmanda, atas nama siapa Pak Pasmanda?
Good afternoon, Dr. Amusan. Dr. Amusan. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Halo.
Terima kasih Pak Taswan dan
Good afternoon. Mr. Amusan. Amusan Victor. Halo. Good afternoon, Mr. Amusan. Tolong dimatikan musiknya ya. Dr. Amusang, Mr. Amusang, good afternoon. Can you hear my voice? Mr. Amusang. Hello. So can you hear my voice over there?
Terdengar jelas Pak.
Oke ya. Oke, baik. Kalau gitu kita mulai aja ya. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we see you again, all participants. I really hope everybody's happy. And now is the speaking time for Mr. Amusang Victor. But before that, so I just accepted the paper presentation this morning, but I haven't yet seen his CV. But okay, I will try to to read his CV in very short. The name is Mr. Amuzong Victor Kualisei, CIAP. CIAP means stand for the Chartered Institute of Art Professional. So Mr. Amuzong Victor Kualisei is also a director of training of international preparation training hub in Nigeria. And he is also graduated member of the Institute of Art Management and Professional USA. And of course, he graduated in the United States, and he got the something like the title of CIAP. And also again, he's director of training, international preparation training hub in Nigeria. And I think this is your time, Mr. Amuzong Victor, please. Mr. Amuzong Victor, can you hear my voice? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Please present your slide. Or you ask me to do so. Mr. Amuzong Victor, please. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay. I haven't yet heard your voice, Mr. Amuzong Victor. Hello? Okay. You are preparing, I guess. Hello? Hello? Mr. Amuzong Victor. Hello? I cannot see. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice right now, but I haven't seen your slide. Do you want us to, to prepare for the slide presentation?
Okay, I'm sharing my slide. I'm going to share my slide on my laptop while I present with my phone.
Okay, that's
since the network is going very bad.
Okay. So I really hope it will be better soon, I guess.
Can I be allowed to share my slide, please?
Hello?
I want to share my screen. Can you still hear me?
Yes, 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 but I cannot see your slide. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Not yet. Okay, it's going very soon, I guess. To be here very soon.
Have you
Okay,
seen the
that's
slide?
good. Yeah, yes, yes. Now it's good. Okay, please go on. Okay, please. Okay, great.
Yes, I'm so sorry for the network issues.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, sometimes.
It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A wonderful morning to you here from Nigeria. Just like the speaker have said, my name is Amosho Victor Oluwaseyi. And I'll be doing this very briefly because of the constraint of time. Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 yes. Your voice is good. Your voice is good. Your slide is good. Okay, please go on. Okay.
Thank you very much. So I'll be discussing very shortly the topic, management of conflict as a problem solving for the dynamic globalization in 5G society. Without wasting much time, it's okay. Just like
Yes,
I've been
good.
rightly introduced.
Okay, good.
Amusha Victor Oluwaseyi is my name. I'm an employability skill consultant. I'm a leadership coach, a motivational speaker, a professional trainer, a human capacity development personnel. Like I said, we'll be making do with the topic management of conflict as a problem solving for globalization in the 5G society. So I'll be breaking this topic down in palpable bits. First, let's make do with what we have as conflict management. What does it mean when we say conflict management? Conflict management is a process of limiting negative aspect of conflict while increasing the positive aspect of conflict. Now, the aim of conflict or conflict management is to enhance learning and group outcomes, including effectiveness of performance in an organizational setting. Ladies and gentlemen, I may quickly say at this point that conflict in itself is not totally bad, but when it is left unmanaged, the problem sets in. But you see, the aim or the goal of globalization itself is to leave conflict in the middle, not too high, not too low, so that its intended objective can be realized. Can everybody hear me, please?
Yes. Okay, that's great. Globalization.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll move straight to globalization. Like I said, we're trying to deconstruct the topic.
Yes.
Management of conflict. Then we've seen conflict management. Another thing we should talk about is globalization. When we say globalization, what do we mean? According to Giddens, 1990, it defines globalization as the intensification of worldwide social relations which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away and vice versa. Now, it is very sacrosanct to say at this point that when we talk about globalization, we are talking in a generic context because we have types of globalization. We have political globalization, economic globalization, we have geographical globalization, we have ecological globalization, we have various types of globalization.
Yes.
And when we are talking of globalization, we are seeing how the conflict that emanates as a result of this globalization. How do we manage this conflict? It is also important to say at this point that globalization is a product of the workplace. It is an idea that emanated from the workplace. So when we are talking of conflict management, we are talking of how we can manage the conflict at the workplace, because it is from the workplace that this creativity called globalization emerges.
Next slide, please.
If you are with me, say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then
Yes.
I'll talk about 5G society.
Yes.
What is 5G society? Up to 100 times faster than the 4G. 5G is creating a never before seen opportunity for people and businesses. We can talk about faster connectivity speed, ultra low latency, and greater bandwidth in advancing enhances day-to-day experience. Now, when we are talking of 5G society, we are talking of a society that has been changed, to operate in a very fast level. And as such, because we are transiting from 4G to 5G, there are bound to be incumbent conflicts that needs to be appropriately managed so that the intended objective of globalization itself is not abused. Are we together?
Yes. Next.
Now, like I said, globalization is increasing in dynamism on a daily basis due to the new normal era or the paradigm shift orchestrated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we cannot leave COVID-19 out of this talk. Why? Because it has orchestrated a new normal for us. As a result of these new trends and reasons of conflict, we arise in a bid to understand, to manage, to solve the issues and challenges associated with the advent of 5G. Is very, very important.
Yes.
Now, you see, we cannot talk of conflict management in isolation. There are things that must be well spoken about when we talk of conflict management. What are these things? We must talk about the advantages, the disadvantages of globalization, so that from those advantages and disadvantages, we can now see how to manage conflict. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to say that there is no stereotypical way of managing conflict in the society. And professionals and experts have orchestrated a way, a method, a style, of managing this conflict in order to achieve the aims of the 5G society. Are we together, please?
Yes,
so
please.
Quickly, I looked at the disadvantages of globalization. It increases terrorism, job insecurity, currency fluctuation, change in government and company policies, price instability, physical market displacement. Now, because globalization has brought in a new technology where people can meet without meeting physically. Like what we are doing now is as a result of globalization that emanated from the workplace. This is a creativity that emanated from the workplace. Now,
Yes.
A conference is going on in Indonesia, I'm here in Nigeria, and I'm transmitting. But it also have a disadvantage. It can displace our market. Now, the other thing is that we have cultural linguistic assimilation. Without much ado, let me just move on to my next slide.
Yes.
Now, conflict improper. Let's discuss conflict. Now, we cannot talk of conflict management when we don't know what conflict is. For every cause, there must be a causer. And it is important, according to philosophy, that for you to be able to properly analyze a matter, you must talk about its first cause. That is why we have something called first cause argument. Are we together, please?
Yes, please.
Now, it is important to note that every endeavor or workplace that is divided against itself cannot stand. Now, I have a short video here. This was an analysis during the pandemic in my country, and experts were trying to analyze if the conflict was not properly managed because the citizens were hungry. The citizens do not have roof over their head. The citizens were angry with the government. So there was an intergroup conflict between the government and the citizens. And this needed to be appropriately managed. Now, look at this video. I'm going to play this video now. Now you can see a man is trying to save the environment from possible collapse and is being shot at. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
He's being shot at, and all of a sudden, he leaves the barricade and it clears off the city.
COVID, yeah. COVID is coming.
You can see it. Now there are...
Hello, the video doesn't move. Hello? So I probably the internet problem, so I cannot hear your voice right now, Mr. Amuzong Victor. Halo? 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 Mr. Amazon Victor? Halo? Halo? The video doesn't move or this stop. Halo? Halo?
Hello, ya Allah. Tahu.
Halo? Mr. Amazon? Halo? So I really hope everybody is patient because of the internet problems, so we cannot connect with him, unfortunately. But please be patient for a little while. So he's coming, I guess. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are.
Okay, but the video is not moving.
It's your rated.
Yeah, okay, now it's okay. I can see. Yeah, yes, please. Conflict and range and blah, 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 and so on. Hello? Not yes. No sound. Hello? Halo?
Iya, Pak.
Internet problem kayaknya nih. Mr. Amazon Victor.
Halo, Pak. Halo, Mister. Halo.
Mr. Amazon Victor. Halo?
Halo, Mister Tuan.
Okay. Conflict, but no sound. Okay. Conflict and range from blah, blah, blah. Oh, dia maunya presentasi sendiri. Kita tawarin, tapi beliau nggak mau. I offer. If we are to do that, it doesn't matter. But
Next, dog.
But he doesn't want. Another speaker. Another speaker. Which one?
Ya. Pak Taswanda,
Ya, gimana?
Victor said that, hello,
Yes, yes.
good to see you, is Andy. Andy is a friend of Victor. The network here in Nigeria is damn bad, so me and Mr. Victor Amusang are really working on it. The network is not quite good maybe there.
Yeah, actually, I already asked him to, to provide about the slide, but he doesn't want us to do that.
Okay.
Ya,
Okay, thanks, Pak.
Jadi sudah kita tawarkan ke beliau, tapi tadi kan dari awal, would you like us to provide? He doesn't want. Probably he has a video and he will operate by himself.
Okay. So we have to wait or?
Yeah, probably a little while. I don't know. So we already have his presentation file actually, but that's why at the beginning I asked him if, yeah, I mean the slide's moving, but no sound.
Yeah, there's no sound here. We cannot listen her voice. His voice, I mean.
This is no voice at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Amuzong, Victor. Hello? Mr. Amuzong, I would like to offer again, if you ask me or somebody else here to provide your presentation, yes, and then you just read our slide, you see. Is that okay? Can you hear my voice? So what is your opinion?
Excuse me, Pak. I believe Mr. Said is already with us, so we can say hi to him. Next.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so I will ask him first. So and after that, if he agreed, so I will do that. No problem.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Ya, di WA, Pak. Di WA. Oke. Pak Taswanda. Pak Taswanda, listen to my... Pak Taswanda.
I'm calling him. I asked him, and then probably replaced by Mr. Abzal. So and after that, his turn for presentation, if he agreed. His permission is very important. So and after that, we can do some things different.
Okay. How about Mr. Afrisal? Have he already there?
Yes, he already here. He's already here. So I'm phoning Mr. Victor Amuzong, but also he hasn't probably isn't accepting my call. Probably the problem is not only internet but also in. Hello, Mr. Amuzong.
Sorry, I'm back now. I think.
Oh, you back?
Is better now.
Okay, that's great. So I'm very happy to hear about it. Okay, would you like to go on, please? Thank you. Because everybody is waiting your presentation because the topic is very important to hear. Thank you. So be patient, everybody. So Nigeria had a big problem about the internet, but it's coming back. It's preparing for that, as everybody sees. So I really hope you will not have any problem at all again, Mr. Amuzong Victor. So how many slides you left? If I would know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear your voice, but I haven't yet seen your slide. You are preparing, I guess.
Yes, I'm very sorry. There is a very serious downturn in network this morning in Nigeria.
Oh, I guess. It's in the
I am very.
So you are now in the capital of Nigeria right now?
No, I'm not in the capital because I was given an assignment by the federal government of my country to go train some youth in some particular place. That's where I am. So
Okay.
I'm transmitting live from there.
Okay, please go on your presentation. So the topic is very interesting, your topic, and everybody really want to know about your topic, and it is very good idea to be delivered very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Taswanda, can we prepare the slide from here, the committee?
The committee, you would like to?
Yeah, we have the slide here. Can I ask?
Yeah. Mr. Amuzong, Victor, do you want me to share your slide from here?
From the committee.
From the committee, you only read it.
Yeah.
Amuzong. Hello.
I am
The sound is not good at all.
Very sorry. And are we together?
Okay. Mr. Amuzong, because of the time, can I offer? We are sharing the slide over here because we already had your slide, and you just only read the slide you have seen in the display. Do you want me to do so? Halo?
Oke, Pak, siapkan saja, Pak.
Disiapkan aja deh. Ya, panitia, tolong disiapkan aja, Bu Deno.
Okay, we'll share to you and you will have to read for.
Yeah, Bu Deno, would you prepare for this?
Yes, we've already prepared for that.
Yeah.
Okay, please, Pak, share.
Share aja langsung. Sudah saya berikan ke Mrs. Deno.
Ya.
No answer probably ya. Yeah, probably Mr. Amuzong Victor, you only read and explain the slide to all of us, so it should be okay. I really hope. Halo? Halo?
Ya, susah Pak ininya Pak.
Halo? No communication with him. Halo? Halo?
Oke Pak. Oke Pak. Pak Taswanda.
Yeah.
It is already 30 minutes, I think. We better continue to next speaker, Pak.
Yeah. Okay. Probably you can slide in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, Pak, please.
Yeah, Mr. Amuzong Victor, because of the time is very limited, and another speaker is ready to deliver his presentation. So unfortunately, I have to stop your presentation here, and we will continue by other presentation which will be delivered by Mr. Afzal from United Kingdom.
Okay.
Again, thank you very much for your presence at this time, Mr. Amazon Victor Kualezia. And I really hope I'll see you again in better condition. Thank you very much. So I think I really asked the organizing committee to deliver about the presentation of Mr. Amazon Victor, so everybody can know exactly what the presentation is. And I think his presentation is very good to be known by all of us. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I should say I'm really sorry about this. And we are now to continue our last presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Afzal. Mr. Afzal, are you ready?
Very good morning, sir. Yes.
Good morning. So, okay, be patient a little bit. So I would like to read your CV right now.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, the name is Mr. Abiyad Syed Muna. So he lives in Essex, United Kingdom, I guess. The personal statement, my motivation for teaching is based on the commitment to help others and the belief that teachers can change and transform mind. I have been engaged with education development, training, and community throughout my life. I have developed confidence in educating people of all ages and different areas of knowledge, including business and learning skill. I have experience working with organization at management level, which build my skill in problem solving, time management, and ability to work independently. I'm also committed to personal learning and development. So working experience as external examiner management for the London Metropolitan University, and also the lecturer in University of Sunderland in London, and also lecturer of module leader and academic coordination in University of Wales, Trinity St. David, London, and also duties include responsible implementation administration aspect of the academic and administration program, including management of the lecturing team and the performance. I incorporated following, so I should say again, now he's the associate professor, senior lecturer, since September 2020, and associate lecturer at Batchpea University, September 2020. Education now, actually, he's studying for Doctor of Education or Doctor of Science. I really hope next year he will be graduated for the PhD degree. Fellowship research, he got the 2014, is also the Master in Business Administration in 2009-2010, Professional Diploma in Business Management Marketing, April 2009, Professional Diploma Shipping leading to Fellowship, April 2007, Master of Business Administration, 2005-26, Advanced Certificate in PC Application, October 2003, BBA in 1998, 2002, personal training, a lot of personal training have been followed by him, but I think since we have no time, and I cannot read one by one, a lot of things is very important and related to his skill and qualities, and motivated bilingual, except you say English, Bengali, and Hindi, interests. Writing poetry, performing in stage drama, volunteer work, and relief work. Publication, a lot of publication have been made by him, referential available on request. That's all the CP of Mr. Afzal Syed Muna, and now is your time, about 30 minutes for your presentation. Mr. Syed Muna, please.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, sir. I apologize on at the beginning because I think you are aware. I've been not only me, but the entire family has been tested COVID positive. So I probably will cough in between my lectures. So apology for that, but I will try to make it as quick as possible. So before I proceed, sir, I would like to share my screen, and if you please confirm that you all can see my slide.
Yes,
I am visible and I am audible.
Yes, I am seeing your slide, please.
Thank you very much, sir. So thank you very much for your nice introduction. As everybody can see that you can have my details, and we have been hearing from Sir that who I am. I mean, I prefer myself to call as a teacher, because that's what I believe, that I can transform people's mind. And this is what I wanted to be treated as. If anybody wants to know more about myself, you can scan the QR code that you can see on the right of my slide, and that will take you to my LinkedIn page, and you'll be able to go through a little bit more about who I am, what I do, and my engagement professionally. Today, the topic that has been given to the conference, to the webinar, to discuss about, and I think I have chosen a little bit of problem solving and the conflict management, and I believe it has got great connections between each other. And the connection between each other is that how we can use the conflict management as a tool, because normally when you see that conflict management, it's itself as a process of dealing conflicts, but we would like to see that how we can solve problems using this technique. So it's not something that I'm going to present out of the blue. It is something that we do on a daily basis in the higher education sectors. Of course, I will be bringing that into that context. We try to understand the concept that is applicable, that is usable, and that's what we do on a daily basis. So without further ado, I will move into the next slide, where I will be discussing about the basics of what is conflict. Now, if you try to understand that conflict is nothing but difficulties in decision making, and that can happen to you, to me, to anyone, or that can be a group conflict. So we can define it in an alternative way as well, that conflict exists when disagreements lead to argument, and we struggle to find out a decision-making process. Now, any areas that we are trying to understand and there is a vacuum and there is a gap that we do not know what to do or how to do it, or maybe we come up with some idea and then others disagree with our concept. So it can lead to a place where it needs some instruments or some evaluations of the process to come up with an idea how we can dissolve that. So it's a situation which needs attention. It's a situation that can lead to dissatisfaction. And when you talk about at a personal level of conflict, that might be not that serious the way we think of, but when you think of it on organizational level, especially if I consider our evaluations in terms of the higher education perspective, that can lead to a very, very, very serious consequences. And the consequences, what I mean is with the a few more slides, we will try to understand that how it can actually affect. But in general, we know that if the conflict arises, arising the conflict is natural. Apology. But when we will try to resolve that and we will use the technique to resolve the problem solving, that is important, is because that can ultimately ruin the overall satisfaction from the concept. So we try to understand the basic norms about it. When you come back to the problem solving, when you flip the chart and we try to understand that how we can solve a problem, by nature, we probably have been doing it from the beginning. Problem solving is an act of defining a problem. And I personally replace the word act with an art, is because it is an art to understand how we define the problem. Because my personal understanding with my tiny little knowledge, I believe that the solutions of a problems is actually underneath of the problem surfaces. So if we try to understand the problem, we might can get the scenario of how we can, maybe we're not going to get to the 100% true solutions, but at least we're going to get the clues to solve the puzzle. So it is the main act of determining a problem. So of course, surrounded by the causes of the problems, identifying the priorities, selecting the alternatives, and also implementing the solutions. Now, majority cases, we try to reach up to the solutions and then we fail to implement it. And that's also where we see that there are many conflict arises, and when we use the conflict management tool as a problem solving tool, we always got stuck in the middle. is because we try to reach to the solutions and we come to the face of the solutions, but when we implement it, we don't see the implementations the way it has to be. So it is very important for us to understand this cycle of process, which is defining the problems, brainstorming solutions, and then pick a solutions, implement the solutions, and review the results. Now, when you talk about the review, this is a dilemma, and this can be agreed and disagreed, and also that can lead to another confusions, is that how we review it and what should be the reviewing process. Now, in every organizations, if we talk about corporate strategies, if we talk about higher educations, if we talk about further educations, every organization has got a different parameters of reviewing. Sometimes you have been guided by them policymakers that this is what you do to solve the problems and this is how you review the problems. So I will leave that. That's an independent study and that's an independent review, that how we review it in an institutional level. But I can give my examples from the concept that I have been leading as an academic coordinator, leading three different disciplines of such a Royal Chartered University in a London campus. I can understand that it is not easy when you go by the review process. So we have to break down the review into different stages of the discipline. So we review that in a senior level, we review that in the middle level, we review that in the operational level, and within the operational level we have again divided into 4 different categories. So because such a large nature of the institutions, we actually try to make sense on every aspect, that how each level is solving the problems and how each level is reviewing the results using these techniques. Now, we all know conflict is not good. We have been trying to understand from the video, and though I have joined very last part as a last speaker, and probably you already have been listening to many people, so I'm not going to go in details. But the moment I joined, and unfortunately it was a brilliant presentation by the past presenter. I wish I could have been listening to that. That was the main purpose of joining quite early, but due to the technical errors we couldn't. But the video that I was trying to understand is that, if I understand it correctly, one person trying to resolve the problems, but because it was not supported and coordinated by the rest of the community, he or she left the hope, and then there was a disaster in the overall community. So we know about that why conflict arises. We know what is the disadvantageous situations of the conflict management as well, and how it is important in terms of solving the problems. But why it matters? Why actually it matters? It matters is because of the following reason. It matters because problem solving and conflict management involves supporting the required consistency. So they go vis-a-vis. They are very equally related in terms of the respectful and effective discussions. So if you want to bring a respective discussions, and I want to emphasize that word, respective and respectful decisions on the table, we need these to go together. It helps the perceptions of fairness. So when we talk about the fairness, when we talk about the true equality and diversity, I believe it helps the perception. It helps to boost up the morale of the employees, and it keeps the morale very high. It also enhances the likelihood that conflict becomes productive. So when we see conflict, we do not see conflict as a problem. We see conflict as a productive element that can actually bring some better innovative ideas. So first of all, it's a viewpoint we would like to utilize, is that not conflict as a minus sign, conflict as a plus sign, because it is going to bring some productivity and the innovativeness into the decision-making process. Overall, I'm talking about the higher education perspective. Workers are consistently held accountable, so we can make them accountable. Challenges can be addressed and resolved effectively. And some of our participants' microphone is on. Thank you very much, sir. Challenges can be addressed and resolved effectively. Risk of more serious workplace issues can be reduced, and the need for the stress-related advance and reduced as well. The last one is very important, especially during this pandemic. We are much more concerned about mental well-being and the health, rather than concentrating on or emphasizing on the high performances is because we are going through so many issues due to this pandemic, and that is affecting us very, very well. But you see, even if we take that as a conflict, it helps us to boost our morale that yes, we can bring together different ideas, and that can be utilized as a tool to make a decision. So this is the reason that that's why conflict management and problem solving can be go together, and that's why it matters. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that I have listed 7 points here or 8 points here, and these are the only reasons. There are many other more benefits we can bring it up. There are many other areas we can discuss if we wish to, and it's a never-ending discussions, to be very honest, and there are much more areas for us to work on it. If we look into this diagram, where exactly we are trying to understand here. So if you look into the X and Y axis, intentions, process, rationals, and emotions, and if you see that conflict management, problem solving, and decision making, the three circles together, they are not isolated. They are very much connected to each other. So if you see that problem solving and decision makings, they share the values together, where we have a wicked problems, which is coming from, and we need to find out that gap, and we need to fill that gap from the conflict management perspective. So the conflict management is very much positively correlated with the problem solving, and problem solving is definitely correlated with decision making. So they are very much interconnected elements to each other. So we cannot separately think, and we cannot separately give it a weight of individualism. Now, if you want to make an effective decision making in any organization, regardless to the size and natures and the number of the employees you have, you must have to go back to the decision making process, and then the decision making process should include the problem solving techniques, and the problem solving techniques must consider the conflict management as a tool to make that decision and to make a rational decision in terms of making it effective and making it more engaged throughout the overall cooperations and coordinations by the employees. Now, when we talk about the conflict management and the decision making, decision makers must resolve conflict between the champions of the various alternatives. So when a decision maker at a different stages, for example, is in a strategic level stages or mid-level stages or in the operations level stages, they need to identify the objective, the core values, the principles of the organization, and then they try to bring that back into the alternatives by saying that different stages taking different decisions. So conflict must not be looked upon in a distraint, but should be engaged a source of additional information, right? So when you look into the conflict, we should not be subjective, we should be objective. So rather than why the conflict arises and how to handle it, rather than it has to be integrated within the process. So I always replace this word with my students and my colleagues as well, that I prefer not to use the word process, I prefer the word replace it by culture. So when you make it a culture, it becomes nature. So it should not be thinking, or it should not seem like that we're doing something out of the blue, or we're doing something for the sake of doing it. We're doing it is because that is natural. And that's how it should be looked into, because it should be conflict management, or conflict should not be looked into as a problem. Conflict should be looked at as a source or resources of the additional information that is going to help us to the overall decision-making process. And this is the way we actually can use conflict management as a tool to bring out the best from problems. Now, current study of successful organizations suggests that major decisions should be arrived. I have given references. Decisions should be arrived at a through process of consensus, teamwork, and the committed participations of all personals. So this is where, again, it shows the credibility of being engaged and involved within the process. And I can see that bias by the managers will result in destructions of the teamwork. So this is where the freedom, this is where the inability of achievements can be avoided and should be avoided. Because when a manager or a leader try to be biased or became biased on various reasons, or various environmental factors that can actually lead to the unsuccessful decisions, or maybe a decision that is not effective or truly effective for the organization. So we have to be very careful about how we can relate this, to avoid the biasness, and also how we can focus more on the overall objectivity of the organizations. And we use conflict management as a power source to gain the additional informations that is going to help us in terms of making a decision. There is a new concept coming up that we are trying to introduce it into our organizations, and from the higher education perspective, concept of applications. Now, this concept is very old, as you can see that. It's a balance that was introduced in, zones of low conflict and intense conflict have counterproductive outcomes, which has been discussed in around 1978 and 1983. But we are trying to bring it back, is because, as I mentioned, that recently it has been got much attention of this pandemics and people's mental health issues and all sort of things. So you can see from this diagram that no simulations, little cohesions, and mental simulations, high cohesions, and dispersed energy. So we are trying to go into the zone of a strategic conflict, which is moderate conflict, is because the conflict is not much high. We are concentrating more on the people's engagement, and that's how we can bring. And if you look into that any decision making at any level, at any organizations you want to make, it is scientifically proven that the more you engage peoples into the decision making process, the more you involve peoples into the decision making process, your decisions tend to be better. And what we are saying here is that the conflict management can be used as a powerful tool to bring power through the additional information. That means we are bringing more peoples, more head, more decision-making tools, more informative analysis to the decision-making process, and our decisions tend to be better. That's what is the overall concept of this conflict balance. A case study examples, as I mentioned about, I think this is, I must have to mention here overall. From my perspective, it might not be applicable for many of us, those who are here. Maybe we are doing it differently. Maybe you are doing it from your perspective, what is appropriate according to your own needs on the institutions. But I think I must be honest here. In terms of the tool that the way we use is performance appraisal versus professional development review. So how we see that. CBT requires positive gestures, and we see that the performance appraisals is a process where we try to bring out the best from the peoples by defining certain rules at the beginning, and then we try to bring out the results by analyzing some achievements and non-achievements. Whereas now we are using this as a tool, conflict management as a tool, to bring out the more to the board is professional development review. So rather than having a performance appraisals, we are now replacing that with a professional development review, because we want to make sure that we work with every employees, every colleagues, and everyone within the institutions and within the departments to bring out their concept of how they want to be improved and how they view or visualize their own achievements. So rather than a prescribed prescriptions and given a prescribed activity to somebody, we try to resolve those areas, because there is always a confusion when we consider the performance appraisals. There is always remains a conflict. So we try to bring out the best from that perspective, so that we can actually allow people to write their own review, so that they can see that how they value themselves with the aim of the corporate objectives. So the performance review conflicts, there are some common conflicts that arises where people's I'm not happy about what the management is thinking. The management is not happy about the way they have been performing, and there are some rigid traditional information that has to be tick boxes. Those are the boundaries that we want to bring and break and bring out some lights over there through this performance professional development review. And that was an area where we try to understand that how we can utilize those past conflicts, those arises from the performance appraisals meetings, and bring more light into the new development of the review process so that we can perform better. This is my end note. I think everybody knows about it, and after that I will stop. I can see a few hands has been raised, so with the coordinations from the organized committee, definitely we'll try to answer that. We cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them. That was Albert Einstein. So if I understand appropriately, the level that we need to think of to solve the problems, that has to be much higher than the way it was created. So if the problem was created on a level of 4, we probably need to think of level of 8 to solve that problems. So thank you very much for listening to me. These are some further readings. I have shared my presentations well in advance with the organizing committee, and I'm pretty sure that if anybody is interested to go ahead and read through more, they can read through more from these particular sources. But they have been taken very carefully with the sources, those who are related, very much connected and related to UK practices, and especially in the higher educational practices. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I do apologize in the middle of the sessions coughing. And I promise that it was not that lengthy, and I'm really sorry. As you know, that health-wise I'm not keeping very well, but as I committed and I promised, so I had to deliver. Thank you very much. It was an honor presenting in front of you, all distinguished participants. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice presentation from Mr. Afzal Syed Muna. So I really hope you will be better soon from your COVID. But I'm very glad to know about it. 35 minutes to go until the end of the QA session. And I already asked Dr. Tolibon, I see is still here, and Mr. Afzal, of course. And as far as remembered, Mr. Dr. Pawar will join as well. So if you have any question, first, number one, you can raise your hand. And if you would like to ask a question by chat, so it doesn't matter. In Indonesia, in Bahasa, it doesn't matter. I will translate it later. So please raise your hand as soon as possible. 3 participants raise your hand. Okay, so who does? Who's that? Okay, yes, I got so I will collect about five question, yeah. Please, straightforward question, not telling anything about it, but what question is, in order to shorten the time, in order to ultimate our time, in order to accept many questions, as many questions as we have. So I saw here is Fahri, and then followed by Kulia, and then Hadianto, and also probably Mr. Hadianto. Yeah. Okay, that's. Would you like first is Fahri? Yeah, Fahri, please. I show your raise hand.
Okay, yeah.
Kulia.
Yes.
So probably Fahri first. State your name and please forward question directly.
Okay, thank you for the time and this opportunity. Actually, really nice and really interesting presentation, which is presented by Dr. Tolibon, second one by Dr. Afinas Pawon, and then the fourth one, Mr. Afzal Syed Muna. And unfortunately that we missed for the third one, right? So I really interested by the material which is presented by Dr. Tolibon actually, because in one statement, actually it was stated by Mr. Tolibon that one most important objective of her presentation was to involve the human power to the industry of 4.0. That's another point, right? And then on another, on another side, Mrs. Tolibon as well mentioned that in order to concern of importance of adapting the new technology, then this technology actually, we can say it is automatic based work, right? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, sure.
Okay. Oh yeah, Miss Dr. Taliban, sorry. Okay, so excuse me, my computer. Okay, Mrs. Taliban, Dr. Taliban, sorry. I'd like to clarify, which is stated by you just now in the beginning of the presentation, actually. The first statement that you said, it is allocating people to involve to the industry, right? That's the first one. And then the second one, you said that it is giving a kind of opportunity or chance to the company to save more money on the labor, right? So for us as a student, I think it looks like a kind of unfortunate chance, right, in front of us, that by giving a lot of chance to the technology coming and jumping into the industry means that we are not allowed to join as a member of the, we can say, big, we can say it's big industry, because application of industry 4.0, it is normally applied by the big company, and those who just started up, it is quite impossible for them to just use the technology or the updated technology. That's the first question for Dr. Taliban, right? I just need to clarify. So what's the correlation between those two statements? And the second questions, can I ask one more question?
No, one question is enough because it's for another time. Yeah.
Okay,
time
thank
is
you.
very short. Yeah, Kuliah, please. Kuliah. So,
hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Tolibon, I would like to collect the question first. So, and after that, so I mean the speaker can answer question one by one. Okay. So, in order to optimize the time. Yeah, Mr. Kuliah, Miss Kuliah, please.
Okay, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Afzal, talking about how to manage conflicts in workplace. I am very interested in talking about the generational gap in workplace, because right now in our workplace there are two generations or maybe three generations: baby boomers, and then also the millennials, and then the newest generation is the Generation Z, which is they must have very different behavior and outlook between groups, and also they were born in at distinctively different times. Each generation maybe grow up in a different context, and as a result may have different work expectation. So I would like to ask, what is the strategies for us to, balance the workplace environment, because there are so many generation gap? And what do you think about it? Do you have any advice how to make our workplace better, because there are maybe different approach for every kind of generational gap differences? Maybe that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, so please give your question first, Mr. Afzal. Yeah. Okay, the third question, Hardianto, please. Hardianto.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Please.
Can you hear my voice, sir?
Yes. Please directly make a question straightforward in order to minimize, to optimum the time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all distinguished speakers, Director of Magister Management Program, Mr. Dr. Saboni, all lecturers, as well as all my beloved audience.
What question, please? Don't waste the time with the message like that. Okay.
I would like to raise a question to distinguished speaker, Dr. Duratul in Taliban.
Okay, please.
Because today, how about, what are your brightest plans to overcome the scarcity of water in facing the era of Industry 4.0 and the 5G society? And then the other one is because of we have already found out the scarcity of water is very huge, very massive, gigantic, and gargantuan. How about if there is a new invention of having a good quality of water by creating a good quality of water from the air, like from air conditioner that can get water from easily, free of charge because of having air conditioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Naris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please. Okay, please. To whom question will be delivered? Thank you, please.
Thank you. My question for Dr. Afzal Syed Muna and Dr. Avinash Pawar. The social and economic upheaval caused by COVID-19 has raised questions about 5G's role in the post-pandemic world. Regardless of any debates over the impact COVID-19 on 5G, it's hard to argue that the 5G trend really motions. And economic benefit 5G technology can be realized, but it will require ecosystem to work together to speed deployment. This includes policymaker and regulator as well as system integrator. So far, I'd like to know, the question is, the base of the 5G World 2020 Global Insight Survey and data from HIS market, I like to wondering why investment in 5G technology did not fall in the cliff during economic downturn that followed an onset in COVID-19, even as many other investment activities show sharp declines. That's number one. Number two, the question so far, what conflict management can we learn from the development 5G in midst of COVID-19 pandemic, and how many barriers behind? Thank you.
Okay. Well, the distinguished speakers, so we already had the fourth question, and I guess two questions delivered to Dr. Talibon, one question Dr. Afzal, Afzal, and also there is also a question for all of you. Before I saw Dr. Power over here, and about conflict management, Mr. Afzal as well. Okay, Mr. Afzal, would you like to answer question first? Yes, please. So, and after the Dr. Talibon and Mr. Power. Yeah. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for asking the questions. That actually gives the motivation that people just listening and that raise questions. And this is a gap that we need to work on for our further research. So thank you very much. These all are brilliant questions. I would like to highlight the first things. I think I was in a chat with Diviana. I'm asking about how we can create a win-win situation. So if I understand the questions correctly, the generation gaps. Now, the first thing that when our mindset comes into, we try to understand the gaps. And then as soon as we generalize that, yes, there is a gap between the ages, between the generations onwards, we try to create a hidden barriers, a bubble within us. And I think the best way to engage here is forget about the barriers about the ages or any other elements, for example, race, sex, and whatever. I understand that I have an 8-year son. I understand that how we differ as a father and a child. And I understand now through him reflecting myself, how I used to differ with my dad when he was alive. These are there. We cannot avoid it. This is natural. But the only thing we can do is that we try to understand the overall vision. What is exactly we are trying to achieve here? Right. So even if it is somebody is say 73 and somebody is 52 and somebody is 27, we try to understand not the age, we try to understand which way we are heading towards. So I believe that the best way to resolve these gaps is that acknowledging everybody's potentials, giving everybody power. So empowering people, that is one of the areas that I have been working as well, that no matter who we are, I have been challenged many times as a young, I am proud to say that I'm one of the youngest in my institutions, those who has been given a responsibility where people has been working 35 years and they haven't been given. And I believe that was not given based on my age, that was given based on the ability to perform that. So I think the main purpose here, if I understand the question straight, is to ensure that everybody is empowered and to give the confidence to everyone that everyone's view is respected, and looking into the overall achievement of the organizations and the vision. That could be the only way to reduce these gaps that we are talking about in terms of generation. So we need to change the viewpoint. If I need to change through my son's lens, if I need to change through my young colleagues' lens, we probably need to do that, is because that is what is needed by the society right now. If I go back to the second question, okay, I can see that there is another questions which probably the committee will take it. I will come back to that. If I go back to these generations changes on the 5Gs and the conflict arises, I can tell you that when we moved into due to this pandemic, when we moved into the online-based teaching back in 15th of March 2020, it was a disaster for everybody, even as an academician, as a practitioners, that how are we going to handle the online classes. And from there, when you have been told this June by the government that we have to go back to face-to-face teaching because of the mental health issues and the lockdown is over, it was again a disaster, because after 17 months of online teachings, sitting in a homely environment, people's become rigid to come out from that comfort shell, and we had to do that. So we couldn't go back by changing things by saying, okay, we're gonna bless by the technology and we're gonna use the technology to bring it back. We had to approach a hybrid approach. So we went to the HyFlix teachings, where few people have been given opportunity to study from home, few people have been given opportunity to come back to the campus and have face-to-face. So we end up having 2 students in the class and 20 students online, and this is the way we try to go slowly, and we are hoping that we're going to come back again face-to-face teaching from February. But then again, as you see that the new variant has been changing its natures, and we're going into different directions. So it is a matter of understanding and practice and process. I think we are still going through these trial and errors, and there is a lot more to learn. And we have to be adaptive. That I can say, and I would like to end here with the permissions of the respectful audience. But if that does not give you answers, I'm happy to come back again if they allow me time. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ipon, please. You have 2 questions, I guess.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I would like to answer the first question that regarding the reducing of the manpower in the Industrial 4.0. So when looking to the Industrial 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, the more of the human power means that workers that need to just sit next to the machine to produce their daily production in the factories. However, when we're talking about Industry 0.0, when there is the integration of the Internet of Things and other cyber physical devices, so we also reduce the human power, but however, to cater the problem, although the machineries can operate by themselves, however, we still need the manpower, the skilled workers to operate the system, right? In Malaysia, our current practice is we are going to educate our students to be more skillful, not in terms of only the fundamental knowledge, but also in the application knowledge that we are facing in the IR 4.0. And to answer the question, question number 2, it's about the scarcity of water. So what is the invention to produce the good quality of water? For example, from the air conditioner. Yes, of course, in the water environmental, so we are having other alternative. For example, we have rainwater harvesting, groundwater, and also we can have the salination of our salt water, our seawater. So that is among the alternative water resource that can be used as the water supply for our daily use. So by having any other invention, okay, for example, just now you said you have air conditioning. So we must, the developer must think towards how to storage, and then what kind of treatment process that must be handled before the water can be supplied for our daily use, for example, to drinks, for bathing and other else. So yes, to answer that question, yes, we have a lot of any other water alternative resources. So however, we need the specific treatment for each of the water alternative water resource. So I think that's answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Power, I think I have one question delivered to you. Are you there?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
please. I think you understood what the question is.
Yes. So I think
Yes,
I
please.
will also add up to the other questions as well. So thank you for giving the opportunity to discuss with all the participants. So I think one question was how the COVID-19, has created the revolution, and how, it will support the 5G activities. I think COVID-19 has become a catalyst for all the business operations. So now today businesses have realized that they could do a lot of things online, even starting from teaching, delivery of the products, even managing some of the business services. So now companies have started realizing that they could do online more effectively than the physical activities. So that faith has created because of COVID-19. And furthermore, I think a lot of businesses will become more adaptive to all digital and online processes. That will change all the forms of business in the near future, and we will see a lot of evolution in terms of business structures and business processes. I think 5G will give more power to the businesses to perform digitally, and create the processes which could cater to the needs of the society and people. I think one question was also related to the investments in 5G. And I think there has been little investment till now, but we would have seen a little bit of decline in the investment. That might be because of market correction, or environmental factors, or maybe due to some of the IPR issues involved in 5G technologies. But in the near future, I think we have a great future for 5G. Some of the great companies like Ericsson, Sanyo, they have started operationalizing lot of efforts in bringing the 5G into the world. So in the near future, we will see all those things happening together. So thank you. Hope this gives you better understanding.
Okay, thank you very much for your answering about the question. Yeah, I think I read about in the chat, there is a question. I think Mr. Abzal is very favorite today. So this is from Deviana to Octoria. In my opinion, it is almost impossible to get win-win solution between conflict. There will be always one side that harm the conflict. What is your strategy to minimize the effect of loss? This is one question, I think, to Mr. Abzal, I guess. So the second question from Reno, postgraduate student. I want to ask with invited speaker, Mr. Abzal Said Muna, one of the duties of a leader is to resolve conflict. So my question is, what is the problem about for the management itself? Actually, that's how. There is also a leader who can just the problem. Sorry, the conflict question is, what if just a minute. Be patient. There is also a leader who can judge the problem on his home. Yeah. What do you think about it? Yeah, Mr. Abzal, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I can see that
Yes.
Hadi also would like to ask a question. So if he can answer, add the questions on the chat, I can answer, or maybe he can say the questions and we can answer as well. But I already have answered those two questions that you have mentioned here. I was replying to them. So the first question is, it is impossible to create a win-win situations. Now, I mean, with my little brains and tiny little knowledge, I never consider anything is impossible. Things are possible when we try to do it, try to make happen with the team effort and with everybody's coordination. So this is possible. Things can go challenging, which is true, and a challenge is part of life. And if we never been challenged, we never been improved. Otherwise, we think that, well, we are doing okay. So I think this is the one way to do that. And I always personally believe that is what I try to reflect into the institutional practice as well. Is we need to see the principles, the core values of the organizations, and we should not be just remembering them, we should be living them. That means it has to be within the culture. That should means that we should understand the value of it. So that's how we can create a win-win situation, because we are understanding, we try to understand the overall purpose. And the second part of the questions is also that if the problem arises at the leadership stages. Now we know that this is a traditional concept. This is a traditional way of thinking. If we go by the hierarchy of the principles, if we go by these 3 tiers of management, we think that the people, those who are in the strategic level, they are the leaders who are going to make the decisions, and they will pass the decision making onto the bottom levels anyway. So we need to remember that we are transforming that approaches. We are not going by the top to bottom approaches anymore. We are not going by the bottom to top approach anymore as well. We are going by the hybrid, which is the 360 approaches, that everybody need to be connected to the visions of the organization. So there is no centralized power. So we should not be subjective. I think I made it very clear from the beginning, and this is what I do not like as well, that, okay, there is a conflict arises or there is a problem arises. You're responsible for that because of you. No. Forget about who is in the scene of the conflict. Forget about who has created or who has involved there. That's not the part of discussions now. It happened, it arose. Now let's put the effort together to solve it. So we have to be objective rather than being subjective. And if we can create that attitude within the organizations, if we can make it happen as a nature process, as a culture, I think then we can create a win-win situations for all of us. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And I think there are a lot more as well. So
that's
I'll leave it to you.
Okay. I would like to question this for the Dr. Talibon. Would you like to enlighten me that environment and economy are an aspect that need to be balanced? In the theoretical contract, there is a trade-off. In development environment, aspects are often interlinked. Development of endemic environment beyond its carrying capacity, causing many disasters. Would you please explain how to mitigate the environment so there are not many environmental disasters? The second is example development policies and do not damage the environment. Thank you. Dr. Talibon, please. I really hope you can catch the question.
All right, so thank you for the question. So the question is about how to mitigate the disasters, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
So for my opinion, so disasters is back to our awareness of the community. So why does disasters happen? So for example, the flood. So maybe because of the pollution to the river system. And then also for the illegal logging that being clear up all the forestry areas. So there is no more catchment areas to catch the river. And then the river water that being as our main resources of the water supply. So it's back to the awareness and then participating of the local environmental event. And then also we have to do much encouragement on the recycling habit, then recycling, and also towards the green transportation, because as we know, we can reduce the emission of the carbon monoxide. So we can, if we can just ride couples in car to our office for in daily. So we must put an awareness to the community. So that I think answers the question number one. And how about the second question is on the development of the policies. So when we're talking about the policies, so I think I have not my expertise because it's about a policymaker. However, I think this is a very enforcement of the regulation from the authorities, and then we must make sure all the industries, all the stakeholders must be must be concerned on all the environmental issues, and so that we can reduce or avoid the pollution. So I think that answers the questions.
I guess so. Okay, thank you. Dr. Avinas, very top also. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Raver. Rapidly developing technology must, of course, be balanced with human capacity and its readiness to deal with potential threat occurred, such as data security and cybercrime for democratic in Indonesia. And Israel information will certainly have an impact on increasing number unemployed. How do you see those things? This is number one. Directly again for Dr. Tolibon. I conclude the water will be very expensive in the future. What is the solution so that water in which basic human need can be reached by all level on society in the world? Probably Dr. Pawar first, and after that followed by Dr. Talibon, please.
Yes, so wonderful. I think the major challenge, which every country is facing is generating employment. And due to all these impact of COVID-19 and all other business, I would say, downfalls, we could see a lot of unemployment growing in various countries. So in future, I think when you compare the technological enhancement and employability, we will find a lot of changes in terms of availability of the jobs. So I believe that technology upgradation is not about reducing the jobs, but I think it's more about you are creating new type of jobs. So if you train people, if you give better competencies to people, you will find a lot of opportunities in different sectors. The deal with the unemployment is to give better training to people, to adapt to the technological requirements that will fulfill the employment gap in different countries. And I think I think universities and colleges have a bigger role to play to give them better training and impart better skills to their students. So I believe for employment aspects, training and development is one of the key area to work on. On the other side, if you talk about the implementation part, as the question talks about the government policies and structure, I think in the context of Indian government, we have strategized a lot of activities to, build infrastructure for 5G technologies. So soon, I think we will start implementing it, and we will get more benefit for citizens of the country. I'm sure initially it might take some time and it will face some of the obstacles, but in the near future we will find a lot of applications of 5G. So yeah, of course, yes, there is going to be a bigger scope of application. I think this justifies to the question.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Tolibon, please.
All right, thank you for the question. So the question is about
the price of water will be high.
So increase. Okay. So first of all, we must look into why does the price may increase. So because definitely it involves the treatment technologies that we use to treat the water. So why we have to use the high technology, we call it reagent, the chemical to treat our rivers, water. So why does we need to use that thing? Because high pollution of the rivers. So back to my presentation just now. So we must control the pollution at the source, and then where we can minimize the pollution, we reduce the pollution, and we reserve our rivers and also other water bodies. So definitely the water may not be polluted, and the contamination can be lowered and can be pumped into the water treatment plant, and the does not have to use any other expensive technologies to treat the water to being supplied for the consumers. So in terms of that, we can just manage our water supply just properly. So I think, but when we're talking about the policies, the regulations, so it's beyond my expertise. So I have no say about the policies. So it's up to the decision maker on how to make sure the price of the water is not being misused by any irresponsible agencies. So I think that's answered the questions.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Avinas, there is actually a three question, but because of the time limitation, I just deliver one question from this. I remember this my student. There are many companies that build virtual world and environment in the metaverse. Just as there are many companies that do things on the World Wide Web. Metaverse refers to a 3D virtual world inhabited by avatars of real world. Metaverse allow you to to go virtual concert, travel online, create or view artwork, and try on digital clothes to buy. So what do you think about it in 5G society? Thank you.
Yes, wonderful question. I think it relates to how technology is getting transformed into different areas, starting from augmented reality to the virtual reality, and doing all stuff online. So in the near future, we will see the application of these areas into different products, like as wonderfully mentioned about the implementation of virtual reality into products like car, or maybe augmented reality to train some of the specific skills. So in the future, we are going to have those aspects to be integrated into many products, services, and all different business processes. So I'm sure a lot of companies are working on developing the consoles for virtual realities and augmented reality. Happen some lot of applications of.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. Question. And if participants have some more questions, I would be happy to share my email ID, and you can send the questions to me.
Yeah, thank you. I think just 1 minute to go, but I asked I get permission from the distinguished participant and also from the other distinguished speaker. This question is really from my side to my brother Afzal. Yeah, this one question I think is very important regarding about the conflict. So now, due to pandemic, COVID-19 occurred in all over the world, in Indonesia and also in probably I would like to answer about the case in United Kingdom. What conflict actually between the government which made the decision about regulation and the people? So how the government to deal with it? So you are smiling. So I need your answer really. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's a very, very, how should I say, political or diplomatic question. So I'll try because I am partly engaged in mainstream politics as well.
Yeah, okay.
And the conference is recorded, so I don't want to jeopardize my political situation. But you see, government decisions are for the better and for the safety of everyone, and government individually do not make any decisions. We make the decisions based on what is shaded through the informations gathered worldwide and also partly instructed by the World Health Organizations. Now, people in general, because they suffer, especially the small businesses, especially the people, those who are on self-employed people, they do not like the concept of lockdowns. to be sitting at home and losing their incomes. But at the same time, they do understand that we must have to agree that we can save life by not going out and spreading it. So there is always a debate about it, but I think we all overall came to this consensus and came to this agreement that the decisions government made was appropriate, and it is the benefit for the overall society not to spread the disease and the viruses. But at the same time, we are criticizing the government that when we stop in one way, you should be supporting the small businesses particularly in another way. If you look into the large organizations, MNCs, they are not actually that affected. It's because somehow they have reserves to survive, but it is the poorer people. So there is always a conflict, but I think most of us, we managed to identify and we managed to realize that the safety is needed. So I will not directly quote, but if I remember the gist of what our head of World Health Organization mentioned, that it is better not to celebrate now rather than celebrate later. So it's important to save life rather than just going out and celebrate now and then grieve later. Rather than we better stay controlled now and then celebrate later. I think we managed to realize that gradually, but still there is a huge number of populations, those who are not vaccinated, and I wish they will come back. And unfortunately, majority of them are from our, Black Asian minority community. We urge people to come and take the vaccines, and there is a benefit of it. It's not for you, it's for the whole world. We need to think of our community. I am who I am because of my community. I am who I am because of my society. So I have to give it back. And this is my responsibility to come forward. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the, I'm on behalf of the organizing committee, also for all distinguished participants, would like to thank very much for the very excellent speaker delivered by Dr. Tolibon, Dr. Happiness Pawar, and Amusang, unfortunately, connected in the middle. So
I'm so
my
sorry.
brother Afzal. So thank you very much again for your, oh, you here? Oh, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you now. I
Yes.
fixed the problem.
Oh, yeah, I unfortunately the time, but I think I'm very sure we will have better with Nigeria next time, I guess. So again, I'm on behalf of the organizing committee, all distinguished parties, would like to thank you very much for your presence today, this morning and this afternoon. And I really hope I will see you again next time. Be happy and be healthy for everybody. The speaker from Dr. Tolibon, Dr. Happiness Pawar, Mr. Amuzang, and my brother Afzalia. Okay, thank you very much. See you again next time. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Walaikum salam.
Thank you very much.
So, well, the ladies and gentlemen, the discussion time is was over. And again, I would like to thank very much for the very interesting question, a great question delivered by the some distinguished participant. And now we would like to be coming for the what do you call so based on the agenda for today. So I will see here is the something we call it the call for the paper. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participant, wherever you are right now. So I would like to say that as mentioned, mentioned by the organizing committee, then around 82 papers have been submitted to the organizing committee. And I think, inshallah, all people will be submitted tomorrow, probably tomorrow morning, because as soon as reviewed and published in the journal, we call it the Humanist. And I'm very sure tomorrow will be delivered all the 82 papers, so everybody can see it. And organizing committee had hard work to do and had made a very big effort to review one by one, starting from probably October 2021. So it took about October, November, and December, about at least maybe 7 or 8 weeks to review about all papers submitted to the organizing committee. And finally, And finally, we have to choose one best presentation paper. Best presentation paper, so be patient, I would like to show. So the presentation paper is really, just a minute. The best presentation paper is owned by the authors of the Kuliah Alfenda, Ika Kusumawati, Rahmat Yumadi, Aceng Hidayat, and Umi Rosilowati, with the title of System Information on Electronic Money as a Payment Instrument in the Future of Cashless Society. So I would like to ask the organizing committee to perform this presentation right now. Please. The organizing committee, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kuliah Alfenda, and I would like to present to every one of you about our writings for Icoms 2021, System Information on Electronic Money as a Payment Instrument in the Future of Cashless Society. I would like to introduce our authors, myself, Kuliah Alfenda, Mrs. Ika Kusumawati, Mr. Rahmat Yumadi, Mr. Aceng Hidayat, and also Mrs. Umi Rusilowati. We are from University of Pamulang. I would like to start this presentation by asking every one of you, how much money do you have in your pocket right now? Please check them out. Do you have any cash or a very small amount of cash? Surprisingly, it is very normal right now if you don't carry any cash. Payments are traditionally made through cash or credit card, but now people create new habits thanks to the development of technology and system information around the world. Digital-based non-cash payments are more and more turning into a payment trend in various retail and also marketplace sectors, even for the everyday needs of Indonesian people. This is due to the fact the virtual payment system is considered more effective and realistic. In this pandemic, there are an increase of 42% of people using the electronic payment. Talking about electronic money products are categorized into two subgroups. One is card-based products and another is software-based product. This type of product uses a media card with integrated circuit or IC, which contains a microprocessor chip and identified with RFID technology. The software-based product, often called e-wallet, refers to the definition published by the Bank for International Settlement based on its publication, which defines e-money as a value that is stored and has been recorded in the e-money system and stored in a media of someone's gadget. Which generation using electronic payment the most? The sophistication of financial technology dominated by millennials. They prefer to transact daily with digital wallets compared to carrying a wallet filled with cash. There are 68% of digital wallet users are millennials because they have a more active level of productivity than other generations. Implies that the initiation of the less cash society movement, which is a social phenomenon that occurs in a society that tends to reduce the use of cash as transactions and switch into using electronic payments. The term less cash society movement is one of the programs launched by the Bank of Indonesia since 2014, which was named the Non-Cash National Movement or Gerakan Nasional Non-Tunai GNNT. There are strengths also in the development of system information for this electronic payment. Public transaction use of electronic money has increased significantly. During the month of January until July 2020, the value of money transaction reached up to 16.7 trillion rupiah. Improvement in 2020, especially in April, due to the PSBB policy by the government, so that in meeting their needs, while at home, people tend to conduct transactions using electronic money. There are also some weaknesses, especially in socialization and educational approach needed. The government needs to collaborate with stakeholders and non-profit organizations to socializing the last cash society program so that the entire community getting to know non-cash instruments, increase awareness and enthusiasm of the community in the use of tools electronic payment in Indonesia. There are also opportunity for the growth of the system information in electronic payment in the industrial and manufacturing sectors. It is now from Indonesian importer, the top 5 countries that suppliers of RFID cards, chips, and readers for Indonesia are from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, and Mexico. To be able to implement digital-based transaction in various parts of the country, of course, there must be improvement in infrastructure and technology, from software to hardware that must be installed in the system. In the industry has the most potential to develop and prosper the country's economy with the realization of the GNTT program. There are also some threats, especially in infrastructure and support needed. Cashless society program is not yet stable due to the lack of facility from the government and public's understanding about the system and the technology behind it. In addition to infrastructure, human resources and networks, such as the internet, which have not been comprehensively installed to all of the corners of the country. The author's strategy to speed up cashless society in Indonesia, we will mention it one by one. First, manufacturing independency and integrated system information, and also standardized QR. The second, financial literacy and system information socialization for the public. 3, collaboration with Indonesia's money and e-wallet service provider. And 4, internet coverage to all corners of the country. Hopefully, the strategies will help to speed up cashless society and also independent, sovereign, and prosperous Indonesia. Initially, it was predicted that a cashless society would only be realized in 2030. However, the pandemic accelerated the realization of a cashless society in 2026. As many as 6 out of 10 Indonesia consumers carry less cash because they are worried about the spread of the virus. The number is the highest in Southeast Asia region. With this strategy, the future of Indonesia hopefully can truly maximize the strength of local resources and utilize what is in this country to realize a less cash society through manufacturing own needs and payment infrastructure using electronic money. So that Indonesia do not only as consumers, but also grow local industries and optimally utilize human resources so that an independent, sovereign, and prosperous Indonesia can be realized. That will be all of our presentation for Icoms 2021. Thank you so much for all of your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation, performed by the Bu Umi, I guess, Bu Umi paper, yeah? I mean, supervised by Bu Umi, Kuliah, and so on. I think it's, we thought that it is the best presentation paper for the Icom 21. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, actually, I would like that all people will be presented like we had before, but I think as far as I know, everybody, I mean, every author had made like the link of Zoom for the presentation. It should take something like 7 or 8 minutes or maybe more. And also the organizing committee has already like a group link. So if somebody would like to see how the presentation of other people, so you just see, you can search about the name and the paper itself, and after that, just see the link, and that's set the link, and after that, you will see directly how the presentation is. So this is the end of the call paper for today, and finally, as I mentioned before, so is this correct that this is the any of the I mean the icon of You see? So I should close this. Is that correct, Bu Umi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Pak.
Yeah. Okay. Well, distinguished participant, speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I think we should thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, the Almighty, the Merciful, who has giving us the opportunity. Then we had the silaturahmi since this morning. So exactly about the 10 o'clock, starting band singing the Entep Indonesia Raya. So and after that, we start by praying by Dr. Mukrodi at the time. So and then after that, we already heard the speech delivered by the Excellency Rector, Dr. H.A. Nurzaman, MMMSC. So and after that is followed by the, we call it the something like keynote speech delivered by our director of the graduate studies of graduate studies from Magister Management University of Pamulang, Dr. Sarwani Abdullah. So and after that, it followed by myself to lead the session. So I think in conclusion, for example, like Dr. Tolibon already delivered a very nice presentation about waste management, how about to deal with it, and also Dr. Tolibon already delivered about the what devices has already been developed from not only from Malaysia but also other countries to peers about the 5G society. So and after that, the Dr. Avinash Power as usual is very enthusiastic. It's very good effort to deliver the presentation regarding about the progress of India to face the 5G society, and also he show us about the what you call the progress of 5G society all over the globe. And unfortunately, actually the topic of Dr. Amuzang Victor, CIAP was very nice, but unfortunately, because the internet problem, so stopped in the middle of the time, even though we have tried to contact him to make it better, but still the internet channel is not good. And finally,
I'm so sorry about that.
We are very happy that finally we have the final presentation delivered by Mr. Afzal Syed Muna, because like last night I was very worried because Dr. Muna had been hit by COVID-19 since Monday. So I was not very sure at the time whether or not he will be here. But actually, I have suggested for him there is a plan B if they haven't delivered presentation. So I asked him to make a recording. But fortunately and luckily, we are off here. Then he finally presented about the presentation. Is very good. And when coming up to discussion, all participants are very enthusiastic to the question. And also the all English speaker are very enthusiastic as well to answer question. And I'm very sure, I'm very happy too, because I deliver one question. And Mr. Afzal, my brother, only just also delivered the answer. So we are very happy. And I should say that all of us should say that we had made this international conference on management and science 20 and 21 very good and taking place very well. So do you agree with that? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. I agree. So finally, so based on the requests by me as master of ceremony, so I can follow her request by saying, okay. One thing I forgot, the last but not least, I would like to thank very much for the organizing committee or people in the organizing committee who have arranged many things from the beginning, and everybody should know that we had always a regular meeting once a week, every Wednesday at a time, probably starting from September at the time. So at least maybe 12 or maybe 15 meeting had been made by us. And I think this is the starting point why we are successful to hold this meeting today. So again, thank you very much for the all organizing people to had arranged all of this time very well, and also to many people who I cannot state it one by one, And I thank you so much for everybody who had supported, involved in the managing, handling the ICOM 2021, and we had taken place the ICOM 2021 very well. Finally, by saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen and asking the permission from all participants today, we officially close the ICOM 2021. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Dan insyaAllah, we will see you again on the ICOM 2022 next year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.